Disclaimer: The Erroneous Podcast hosted by Jay and Drifter is not responsible for any confusion, frustration, or loss of sanity that may occur as a result of listening. The views expressed by Jay and Drifter on this podcast do not necessarily reflect those of the sane and rational members of society, your mother, your boss, your therapist, or that one person who always leaves negative comments on your social media posts. Side effects of listening may include but are not limited to head scratching, shock, awe, sudden urge to run for political office, an increased thirst for knowledge, a sudden urge to argue with strangers, and occasional moments of profound enlightenment. Also, please note that some of the content may be inappropriate for sensitive ears, and listener discretion is advised. Remember folks, it's just a podcast. No actual political experts were harmed in the making of this podcast.
How are you, Jake Copacetic?
Hola. ¿Cómo estás?
What's up?
I'm very well. How are you doing?
Good. I'm well too. Kenzie says you're late, guys. So
Sorry about that.
we could have possibly said 11 Eastern, but yeah, 12 Eastern. We're 10 p.m. Central Tuesday and Thursday, and 7 p.m. on Sundays. But thank you for joining us, Kenzie. Cheers, Rumble people.
Welcome.
Should be live everywhere. We're supposed to be live.
I'm fixing tags.
Yeah, Jay decided to hit the go live button actually a little early tonight.
Premature libation. I don't know. Yeah, it won't happen again. I promise. Sorry, boss.
Premature libation.
Happens. 1 in 10 Americans.
Yeah. Oh, she said just 1 minute late.
Oh, okay.
Damn. We try.
Like
We'll do better next time.
What's going on? It's Thursday night. Tomorrow's Friday. Friday.
We've almost made it through the week. We got our heads up. We're staying positive about everything. We had the opportunity earlier today. Just Mac, as kind as he is, invited us over onto his show. Start off by saying we really appreciate that. And he's doing good stuff over there. I need to grab his link so I can post it over in Trovo. And also, when he comes in, remind me to ask him if he's got a Twitter. I tried to look him up.
I believe he does.
Couldn't find him.
That's why I ran into him. Oh, not out there, man. The guy streamed all day long. We were on there for 3 hours, probably.
Mm-hmm.
It was fun. It was a blast. I enjoyed it. You know what else I got to do this week?
What's that?
It was a lot of fun. I got to go on the Ministry of Dude. And I was over the moon about that. That was cool. I didn't know that he had sent me the invite to the server. And I was like, because he invited us. You're invited as well. I know I've told you that, but he said we could come by Friday if we wanted to. But I didn't realize he'd sent me the link to the server. And I was sitting there like, what do I do next? And then I realized I was logged into the wrong Discord account. I don't even play D&D. Tell me why I have a Discord for D&D. I know why, but it was like I had a phase. It lasted a few months, but I was logged into that account and I didn't realize it on my computer. So that was on me. But either way, I had a lot of fun doing that as well. Yeah, Erroneous Podcast, getting around. Sorry, I'm still doing data entry. I'm done. I'm going to delete the rest of them.
Are you like working over there right now, or
man, cleaning up your programming and shit? You don't just paste all of the hashtags into the tag thing, man. That's not how it works.
Why?
You're making us look sloppy.
I've done that since the very beginning.
That explains a lot. I'm going to have to go back through 36 episodes. Some type of shit I have to deal with.
Explain to me again what I did wrong.
You separate them with commas and you don't use hashtags. It's that simple. I don't know what the tags do. Maybe it's part of the search algorithm. I can't find our video when I'm logged out of our account. I can't find us live on our channel right now. I'm looking at Erroneous Podcast. We are not there. Refreshing, clearing cache, not there. So I don't even know how we have 10 people watching us right now. And welcome.
We're live, dude.
No, we are here. We are live. We're listed somewhere. Just not. We're not findable. I don't know.
Oh, that's nothing new.
Well, okay. Anyways, yeah, so we're not doing it to be found.
Anyways, we got a lot to cover this week.
Yeah, we should probably get into it.
Yeah.
Dun. Can we take off?
Sure.
Dead Space.
Conservative host Dan Bongino severs ties with Fox News. I thought I got fired. Oh, dude, we're not going to blow that up.
Fucking A. All right, yeah. Well, that's all I wanted to point out, though, is the conservative host Dan Bongino severs ties with Fox News. Did he get fired? Dan Bongino, a conservative podcaster and host, has parted ways with Fox News. The popular Fox News host shared the news on his podcast, Cumulus Media's The Dan Bongino Show, on Thursday after he was unable to reach a contract agreement to continue his show. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know what he's doing now, but he's like I think he's a pretty decent sized investor in Rumble. He's got.
You think it has something to do with the Fox settlement?
I was thinking that he doesn't want to be wrapped up in it, and he didn't have anything to do with it anyways.
Right. See, I didn't know how he covered it. I didn't know if he covered it a lot. I didn't know.
I've always liked the guy, and he's just not within my. I prefer other types of content. I think I catch him every once in a while. I just not in a while.
Right.
So I have no idea. I guess was my point to that. Sorry. We'll get into it. Here, let's talk about Alec Baldwin. That's more fun. That's funner.
This is our entertainment segment of the broadcast. I promise you we'll be done in a minute.
So we have to apologize for talking about famous people, and we do. We do. This is from Deadline. Alec Baldwin not absolved in fatal Rush shooting despite planned dropping of charges, prosecutor says. Update as of today. Yep. At 5:46 p.m., so this is pretty hot off the press. Updated with special prosecutor statement after previous exclusive. Despite a heady day of news about special prosecutors in New Mexico planning to drop criminal charges against Alec Baldwin for his role in the shooting death of cinematographer Halyna Hutchins on the set of Rust in 2021, the actor and producer may still face charges. The special prosecutors, Carrie Morrissey and Jason Lewis, released a statement late Thursday regarding the decision to drop his charges, saying they may be refiled after further investigation after he's done with the movie, because he's on the hook for millions. Over the last few days and in preparation for the May 3rd, 2023 preliminary hearing, new facts were revealed that demanded further investigation and forensic analysis in the case against Alexander Alec Ray Baldwin III. Consequently, we cannot proceed under the current time constraints and on the facts and evidence turned over by law enforcement in its existing form. We therefore will be dismissing the involuntary manslaughter charges against Mr. Baldwin to conduct further investigation. This decision does not absolve Mr. Baldwin of criminal culpability, and charges may be refiled. Our follow-up investigation will remain active and ongoing. Despite reports earlier in the day that former Rust armor Hannah Gutierrez-Reed would also see charges dropped, her status is not changed. Charges against Hannah Gutierrez-Reed remain unchanged, the prosecutor said tonight. Did I not say a couple weeks ago that she was going to end up taking every single charge and that he was going to walk? I mean, we all said it, right? But
insane.
A virtual status hearing has been set for Friday in Santa Fe. Yeah, so the previous exclusive is basically saying the same, but there you go. And last I heard, he's still going to finish the movie. So I was joking that it's going to be a blockbuster, but I doubt it, honestly.
It may sell just because of the backstory behind it.
Be kind of pissed.
Yeah, I actually think it will. Can y'all hear that thunder? Like, it is a hell of a storm out here right now. Like, yeah, my lights are kind of flickering a little bit. Like, I don't know if you can see that on the camera, but
well,
yeah. Hopefully I can stay up, man. But it's like real bad outside. All right. Fingers crossed. Patriot Light. Yeah, Patriot Light, welcome.
Hey.
Yeah. He was on the panel with us as well earlier today over on Just Mac's show. He says his notifications still don't work.
Oh, yeah.
Ghost Rider, what's up, man?
Yeah, it's a full house tonight. Good to see y'all here. Let's talk about Paris. Again, things have escalated. They took over the BlackRock headquarters. Took over, right? I don't even know if they got what happened after that, but now they are in the just in Paris Stock Exchange Euronext building, taken over by protesters. I'm going to play this. It might be loud. Hold on. So, yeah, they're just going from building to building in the financial sector and reclaiming it in the name of the people of France. I was about to say Spain. Fire seems a little excessive, but I guess, I don't know.
This is the equivalent of like our New York Stock Exchange.
Which, I don't know about this building, but our New York Stock Exchange is empty nowadays. I don't know if you know that, because everything's done on computers. It's really just like, it's almost a museum from what I've heard. I've never been there, but you go there to ring the bell when you like open a publicly traded company or
like a whatever, ceremonial display.
Yeah. I don't know what's going to go. I don't know. I have no idea what's going to happen in Paris, but between them really not liking Macron and them really not liking the banks and them really not liking the pressure that's being put on them right now, it's showing. Put it that way.
Well, Macron's looking out for the country's best interest now. I mean, that's why you see them starting to align with China. Maybe it can help them out as a nation financially in some way. They're planning for the future. Hopefully things simmer down over there. But I don't think that they're going to get any peace until they get rid of this bill. To tell you the truth, I'm not even sure on the status of it. Did it pass? Is the retirement age officially changed over there? Or is this something that they're trying to push through?
I actually have no idea. You want me to try to find out real quick?
You can. Because I don't know.
Hundreds of people opposed the new law raising the retirement age from 62 to 64, demonstrated Thursday in a small town in southern France during a visit by President Emmanuel Macron. So I guess, yeah. Just give me a straight answer, yes or no. Yeah.
Said new law, so I'm assuming it passed.
It looks like it did. So
yeah.
It's just 2 years, but
right. And they're also protesting NATO, which is what they try to hide in the media, and they try to put it all on this new law when really they're protesting a whole lot over there.
Vax they were doing. We had video that was labeled Vax protest, and they had signs about people that have died. So, yeah, they're just going to town on the whole gambit of grievances they have against their governments. I don't know.
Kinsey said he made an executive order, so it wasn't debated. That was part of the issue.
Oh, okay. Forced it through.
Which is one thing our commander-in-chief over here nowadays is being known for. He's like the king of executive orders, which I feel like they put that label on like every president when they come in, when they start doing it. But here lately, we have been seeing a lot pushed through by Biden. Not by Biden, his cabinet, of course.
Well, as soon as he got into office, he was writing he did like 60 executive orders in the first 3 or 4 months he was in office, whereas Trump did a few. He did a fair number while he was president, but it was Biden surpassed it within the first couple of months. It was insane. He was ruling by executive order,
right?
And a lot of it was reversing Trump stuff. So it's really insane.
I guess the point that I was trying to make is that his handler allows him to shuffle in, and they sit him down and tell him where to sign, and he just scribbles something there.
Yeah, and Macron's got his faculties, but let's not assume that he's not in the exact same position as far as what he's doing.
Right.
Here, this is from Breitbart today. Yesterday. Report: Democrat Rep. Dan Goldman made hundreds of stock trades despite pledge to form a blind trust, which isn't that? It's the law. It's the law. He didn't even go through. He must not have any friends or family members because he just did it himself, or he just didn't think he's gonna get in trouble. Either way, Goldman, Democratic Rep. Daniel Goldman of New York, of course, has made nearly 500 stock trades since entering office in January, despite previously pledging to form a blind trust to shield himself from financial conflicts of interest. Raw Story reported. Okay. Goldman described himself as is that the same as Raw's Alert? No, never mind. Goldman described himself as a strong advocate for anti-corruption and pledged to put his stock portfolio in a blind trust while campaigning to represent New York's 10th congressional district, an area that encompasses the New York Stock Exchange. Goldman said during an August debate, "The fact of the matter is I have spent my entire career in public service, taking down gun traffickers, fighting against corrupt individuals, being a strong advocate for anti-corruption, and then obviously being in the trenches, protecting and defending our democracy. So whatever you want to reference, I was in a blind trust with all of my money. When I was a prosecutor, I will put my money in a blind trust as a congressperson." Just saying.
That didn't age well.
No, it was a bold-faced lie.
Greg says, "Listen, guys, I'm laying down and closing my eyes. In the event that I do fall asleep, please don't hypnotize any weird stuff into my head. We'll try our best."
Penises? No, yeah, we won't do anything like that. Good to see you, though, Greg. We will put you to sleep. Yeah, so I mean, wait, here it goes. Despite his promise, Goldman, one of the wealthiest members of Congress, with an estimated net worth of up to $250 million, has yet to follow through on his promise to create a blind trust nearly 4 months after being sworn to office. Goldman has bought or sold shares of individual stocks more than 480 times since January, Raw Story report. Some of Goldman's stock purchases include banking firms, defense contractors, and tobacco companies. For example, Goldman purchased up to $15,000 worth of shares in Credit Suisse. That didn't age well either, did it? That didn't.
Mm-mm.
The troubled Swiss bank that congressional investigators have recently accused of helping Americans commit tax fraud. Oh my God. He purchased up to $50,000 of Lockheed Martin Corporation right before the war started. And L3, that was conjecture, but I guarantee you. And L3 Harris Technologies. Goldman also sold up to $50,000 each in both Raytheon Technologies Corporation and Northrop Grumman Corporation. He also sold between $100,000 and $250,000 in Tesla stock before rebuying it up to $50,000 of it. I'd really love to see the dates on those.
Right.
Representatives from Goldman's office defended the stock purchases by saying the congressman has initiated the process of entering into a blind trust, but he's over there on his Robinhood account, trade, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell.
Jesus Christ. It should be required for them to post their trades like on the homepage of their like senate.gov or, whatever account. It should be just right there for the public to see.
There is a place where you can see where they make trades, but why are they making trades anyways? They are literally in charge of the policies that regulate these companies, and they're trading in them.
Major conflict of interest, yeah.
Yeah, and it's really apropos that it's from New York, but Nancy Pelosi's not from New York, and she happens to be the most notorious Congress trader of all time.
So, I mean, you just run into the problem, like, if you want to run and you have investments already tied up, like, what do you do if you want to enact a rule like that? Do you force them to sell? Do you, like, because that'd be kind of, screwed up too. So I don't know.
Well, yeah, but I mean, look, you're going into public office. You should have to strip your robes. You should have to walk in front of all of us naked. That's the way it should have to work. And then you're a public servant by your own, you agreed to it up for your term limit, because there should be, and then you go back to whatever. And you know what? If you want to, stocks go up and down, so you really don't want to force someone to hold their stocks. But again, you are agreeing to be a public servant. Don't do it if you don't want it, because if you're doing it for the money, you're doing it for the wrong reasons. It's a public service position,
right? In any situation where you are invested in any type of company who just so happens you may be on a committee to investigate or something, you should immediately just resign your position because of the conflict of interest. Not the position of senator or whatever, but on that particular committee, you should. What is it called? What's the word I'm looking for? Judges do it all the time. Like, for instance, if they're related to someone.
Recuse yourself.
Yeah, recuse yourself. You should have to recuse yourself.
That's true.
That should be.
And if you like, I own $50,000 of Raytheon Technologies, therefore I can't trust myself to have any input in this conversation about whether or not we should invade Ukraine or Russia or whatever.
Right.
But they won't do that. And Kenzie says no trades allowed. And again, you're a public. I mean, trade your shit in, sell it all. Get a book deal after you're done serving office, like all the other politicians. You'll be better for it at the end, but like you can't be messing around while you're in office. That's offensive to every single person that has to pay taxes and live in this country.
Yeah.
But what do I know? I'm not Janet Yellen.
Jesus Christ.
Kind of look like her though, huh? With the beard.
I disagree.
Oh, I appreciate that. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. From the Financial Times, Janet Yellen warns U.S. decoupling from China would be disastrous. Treasury Secretary calls for constructive and fair economic relationships as Washington moves to repay frayed ties. What is that? Washington, D.C.? Or Washington, the state?
You scrolled up. I mean, down. What did it say? But I'm assuming it's talking about Washington, yeah.
Yeah, it says Washington moves to repair frayed ties with China. I'm assuming, yeah. It's just.
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't sure because, yeah, well, California has a really good relationship with China, and so does Georgia, I believe.
That's why you pointed that out.
Yeah, because it's like, is it Washington State that's going to cozy up to China? Like, you know what I mean? It's like a side story.
Why the hell not?
Yeah.
Anyways.
Own all the land anyways. Look, U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen has warned any efforts to decouple from China would be disastrous, saying national security measures targeted at Beijing were not designed to stifle the Chinese economy. In a major speech on Thursday, Yellen called for a constructive and fair economic relationship between China and the U.S. Washington seeks to repair a badly fraying relationship between the two economic powers. I would say they're afraid at this point. But again, what do I know? I'm not Janet Yellen. The U.S. will assert ourselves when our vital interests are at stake, the Treasury Secretary said, but we do not seek to decouple our economy from China's. A full separation of our economies would be disastrous for both countries. It would be destabilizing for the rest of the world.
Jeff?
I'm pretty sure we are not that important to the rest of the world anymore. But again, that's just me. I'm not Janet Yellen.
Well, we still have a strong footing, but what I was going to ask you is, don't you think this is odd after all the tough talk after the balloons and the whole debacle with China and Russia meeting several times and BRICS and all this, and then China comes out and threatens to release financial records on the Bidens, and then the posturing shifts?
Ooh,
we have a commander-in-chief that's totally sold out, and I've been saying it. They know where all the bodies are buried.
Hey, so, I'm not rolling that one out.
It was just an odd thing to do of her to, even though she's right. Yeah, if you cut ties with China, yeah, we are kind of in a way fucked. Excuse my language, but
not excusing anything. It's okay.
It's just strange for her to shift like this.
But it's not. I don't know. It's not so much a shift. Well. Yeah, I don't know, man. It is weird. It's weird for them to be like, okay, we don't like China, but we like them a little bit.
Right. I mean, just the economic repercussions that would come from it would be disastrous. She is right about this. Unfortunately, every product that I get, although, I love to buy American, sometimes it's just not available. Like you go in, you want a blender or something,
Right.
Good luck.
Check this out. Beijing maintains Washington is trying to contain its rise by limiting its ability to develop a high-end semiconductor industry. It also claims the U.S. is helping Taiwan to resist its long-term plan to bring the island under control. Chinese officials are privately frustrated that their U.S. counterparts weave critical language into speeches ostensibly about improving relations, but Yellen said both countries needed to be able to discuss difficult issues frankly. Negotiating the contours of engagement between great powers is difficult, she added, but we can find a way forward if China is willing to play its part. But while the Treasury Secretary called for a healthy economic relationship and cooperation on macroeconomics and climate change, she said the U.S. would continue to work with allies to resist Beijing's unfair economic policies. I wonder what China thinks about climate change. Wonder if their TikTok is covered in climate change nonsense.
I added some stuff about that later on in the show notes. Kinsey says, what about the fact that there has been Beijing election interference in the last two federal elections in Canada?
Hey, that's a good point. I didn't even think. I didn't know about that, but look, Pulitzer, right? The Hovan Pulitzer. I forget. I don't know exactly how you say his name, but he invented the QR code, and he was in Arizona doing a demonstration of how the Chinese were able to access the voting machines through the Google Nest Wi-Fi, through the Wi-Fi, through the Google Nest machine thing on the wall, because they were accessible by internet connection when they weren't supposed to be. Now, I don't know what happened with that. I was expecting like a 2000 Mules Part 2 that covered the digital side of things, and it hasn't come out yet. But I did find Pulitzer on Quora.com. Apparently, he likes to go on Quora and spread some knowledge. I thought that was cool. I just ran into one of his posts when I was Googling something.
I'm going to piss off a lot of people right now, but Fox News, if you did in the past, my opinion, they can no longer be trusted.
Why is this?
Because this whole settlement is just so they don't have to cover what really happened there. And they sold out. We touched on it last episode. They paid right at what, 800 million?
Yep, some 700.
Threw Trump under the bus. Just like they kind of always have done. I remember when they weren't fans in the primaries, they were forced to cover him because he would say something, in a typical Trump fashion, and they'd all be forced to cover it, even liberal media. But they've never been on his side. They played a role.
Yep, that's the same goes for like Newsmax, and I'm not going to say RSBN. I think they're also like you're not going to get. They don't have the resources to have boots on the ground and news constantly coming in at them either. But
right,
yeah, you're not going to get anything that's not allowed out of Fox or any of the news channels.
Well, I know Right Side Broadcasting, I typically, anytime I was watching them, it was just a rally. And they really didn't give their opinions too much. Maybe every now and then during an intermission, they'd be like, thank you for watching, and, turn our notifications on, and we're currently at the Trump rally. That'd be about it,
Yeah,
so,
well, and thank God for them, because honestly, nobody else would air those rallies. And that's insane in itself. I watched them just because of that. I was like, this is nuts. Nowhere you go, they don't play them.
Right. And they were the only media there that would actually pan. How Trump would be like, once you pan and look at all the cameras and, all the media here, and none of them would ever pan to show the crowds and all that. But Right Side would always do that.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it's just good to have. I mean, I'm all for fair. You're going to have 40 different media outlets covering up for Biden not having anybody around him at any of his rallies, trying to make it look like anybody would vote for him. But whatever. Hey, this is... You go.
I was just going to say, Kinsey pointed out that Maverick News streams rallies. That's good. The more, the better.
This is Justin. Former President Trump says the U.S. will have a big recession very soon. When he says stuff, I mean, he means it. So, I don't know. I'm scared.
Very high interest rates now. It's really clogging up.
It's
really causing a big problem. You're going to have a big recession. Versus who wants high interest rates? We have very high interest rates now. It's really clogging up. I mean, it's really causing a big problem. You're going to have a big recession very soon.
Okay, I'm not like the decode type, but this whole happy dad death row. What does that say? Death Row Records?
Grape flavored? No, that says, what does that say?
That says Death Row Records on the side, but what is that?
The hell was that, dude? Like Death Row Records, like Suge Knight and Death Row Records.
Right.
What we're talking about right now?
Yes.
What is Happy Dad?
I'm looking it up right now. I think it's a water. But it's real funny. I mean, is he sponsored by Death Row? Like, it's the Happy Dad's the brand, but then like the flavor is Death Row Records grape.
I'm assuming that this segment could potentially be sponsored by them. And who is this from? Where's this interview happening at?
It doesn't say. I don't know. It says full. Oh no. Full, is it Full Send Podcast? Is he doing podcast? He was on the Nilk Boys, whatever. Steve will do it group. He did a podcast with them today, so maybe I've never heard of Full Send, but it doesn't even say what this is, man. It says Happy Dad Death Row Records Grape DRR. Grape is a collaboration with the iconic Death Row Records label. Our grape flavor is clean and refreshing with taste of freshly picked red grapes. It doesn't say if it's a malt beverage. Oh, it's a hard seltzer. Okay, I see. So they don't mention that in the description at all. But yeah, so but he's not drinking it. That's not a malted beverage.
No, he doesn't drink alcohol.
How weird.
It's just a
Who
segment.
wants high interest rates?
It must be the Full Send Podcast.
It's really clogging up. I mean,
Sorry.
it's really causing.
Sir, please. Thank you. Yeah, okay, that's probably just the podcast sponsor, but still, that's really weird to have that sitting next to him.
Right. So he's saying that, we're heading towards an election. A recession, excuse me. We've been talking about it and talking about it and talking about it. Apparently some Americans feel like we're already in a recession, according to this next article. Let's check this out.
A recession already here for many Americans as buying power credits social net shrink. The Hill. Sorry. Yeah, that's what I need. I need stuff popping up at me. The stock market may be closely watching the chance of official economic recession, but many Americans across the country are already feeling the squeeze as they can contend with higher prices and borrowing costs than they saw a year ago. Oh man, a year ago. You're doing the next one. While Evelyn Canala, 31, a senior program director at nonprofit based in Harlem, said she thinks she has a well-paying job, which paid in the $100,000 range when she first started. She also said she's been feeling the pressure to save, particularly as various industries have seen more layoffs in recent months. In a poll released by Morning Consult last month, almost half of respondents believed that the nation was already in a recession. The poll also found that about 41% of Americans surveyed had begun taking precautions and steps to beef up savings, but a closer look at the data revealed disparities by income. Adults in households with annual earnings above $100,000 were more likely than others to say they were beginning to prepare for an economic downturn or recession, with 52% saying they'd take to stockpiling goods or foods, cut back on spending, or other steps. By contrast, the poll found that those in households that earned under $50,000 annually were more likely to say they had not yet begun to make preparations, but wish they could. The poll comes as recent months have seen more Americans are feeling poorer and pessimistic about the nation's economic forecast at a time that rising price stickers are putting a squeeze on pockets across the spectrum. Job seekers lined up outside. Oh, these are people looking for jobs. I mean, it's just two people, but
right.
Someone get them
Are
jobs.
you kidding? Nobody wants a job nowadays.
Right. That's the
What?
food. You tell me it's a food stamp line, but that's his employment.
Right. Then at the same time, they want to bitch about the fact that they don't have any money. And I'm not saying that times ain't hard, because we know that even we've covered it. Like even with people that are employed, they're saying that they don't have $500 in savings in the bank. And that goes for more than 60% of the U.S. population. So
people are more likely to throw their hands up when it's just hard. Like the harder it gets, the more the threshold of weakness of people to just give up and go and suck the government teat, because they have what else are you going to do?
Right. Because
you almost can't blame them.
Right. Because of inflation and several other factors. We covered last podcast how people are getting behind on their credit card payments. That's the first thing that goes, right? Because when you have to choose what you want to pay, it's not going to be the car. It's not going to be the power. It's not going to be the heat. It's not going to be, it's not going to be your gas, natural gas. It's not going to be anything like that first. It's going to be something that you can afford to lose. So the credit cards have started to collapse. I forgot the percentages on them, but people are starting to go default on credit cards and personal loans. And the next thing that comes will be the mortgages, unfortunately.
Yep. 2008 was, I mean, you can track this. how an economy collapses. It's almost beautiful. It's disastrously beautiful is what it is to watch the numbers and how it's all just kind of fake, you know. But I don't know. I'm not trying to like doom say, because at the same time, like, we've survived worse. Maybe.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, BuzzFeed, this is from the Daily Caller. BuzzFeed News is shutting down. Also still questioning whether or not they can legally be called news. BuzzFeed News announced Thursday it'd be shutting down operation. BuzzFeed News CEO Jonah Peretti released a memo saying, "We will concentrate our new efforts in HuffPost, a brand that is profitable with a highly engaged, loyal audience that is less dependent on social platforms." Peretti said he made the decision to overinvest in BuzzFeed News because I love their work and mission so much. This made me slow to accept that the big platforms wouldn't provide the distribution or financial support required to support premium, free journalism, purpose built for social media. Didn't they just make lists? That was BuzzFeed, right? Or is that
a really tabloidy type news source? And excuse me, they're also the ones who run those take this survey, you know, to find out what your spirit animal is,
right?
Or, you know, what does the day you were born mean, you know, and all that shit. And people would like post it on their Twitters and their Facebooks and stuff, the results of these surveys, and like I don't know, man.
No, I mean, and look, it was a fun game, and the tabloidy stuff is fun, but again, is it news? And they've acted like they are news. They've acted like authorities on subjects. But you know what? We did like one of our first stories, one of our first episodes was about how they fired their staff to hire an AI to do their job. It was ChatGPT. They just got the premium version. It was writing articles for them, and now they're still shuttering their doors. I mean, like, that might have been a bullshit article. I can't remember where it was from. I don't think it was, but I mean, it's a weird turn of events.
I couldn't get any confirmation other than the Wall Street Journal, and they're behind a paywall, so fuck them. But apparently Vice is next.
Really?
Yeah. And Tim Pool, who used to work for them, actually retweeted that, and he was just laughing about it.
I was going to say, I wonder what Tim thinks about that. Hey, so I'm going to do this poll live in front of y'all. It's an Andrew Tate poll. Buy BuzzFeed News and turn it around. Holy shit. Do it. Do it, Tate. Do it.
He's kicking ass on the poll.
Cool.
I just knew what the results were, and I voted against what I actually wanted him to do, and I put, no, just let him die.
I think because BuzzFeed is a cool brand. That's another thing too, is these companies are cool. Like, we like the brand, we like the products, we like the softwares, the platforms. We don't like the companies, we don't like the customer support, we don't like their messaging, and we don't like what they want us to do to ourselves. But like, you know, like, yeah, let Andrew Tate save it. He might turn it into a cam girl website, but I think we're past that as a society anyways. So
I don't fucking like the guy. So
right. Well, but I mean, okay, look, he's chaotic good to me at this point. I'm not mad at him, but like, I'm not like following him off a cliff. But if he wants to buy BuzzFeed, that's going to be entertaining. That's going to be news. Let's do it.
It'd be better than the current owner. I'll give you that.
Yeah. Who is Peretti?
Mm-hmm.
Some lefty weirdo. I don't care about him. Let's get Tate a news outlet. Let's see what happens.
You think he'll do it?
I think he should do it. Look, I think 63.9% of people think he should do it out of 165,000 people.
Hypothetically, if you were going to bet like $20, do you think he's going to do it?
I think he's going to do it. I think he's pulling
really?
Elon. And that's another thing about Andrew Tate. Look, he's obviously a very smart, crafty guy, but he also does mimicry is a form of flattery, I think is the way that goes. But he mimics Trump in the way Trump rolls out strategies. He mimics Elon. He mimics people in the way they do things. He does his own stuff too, but he puts little things in his videos like other people do. Like, he plays the same game. I just don't know if he's doing it because he's part of it or if he's just trying to get into it. I don't know. But either way, more power to him. Pull an Elon, Andrew. We'll go for it, man. I would love to see this. And I don't think anything horrible is going to happen out of it, but I think some good could. And if anything, it takes one shitty newspaper off the market.
If it does happen, how much do you think he ends up getting it for?
10 million? No. No, honestly, I don't know. Do they have an AI that we don't know about?
Damn, they're down 20% today. Buzzfeed Inc.
What's their market cap
on the day? Let's see. Their market cap is 104.79 million. They closed today at 75 cents.
You probably offer them 80.
They're still up 2% on the year. They're down 63% on the 6 month, and they're down 20% on the day.
That's going to be fun if he does that.
And I don't know how that works, but the stock continues to plummet, and you got your investors. He'd get a hell of a deal. What if he swooped in and bought it?
Who?
Elon.
Who? Oh yeah, that'd be
Elon.
Great. That'd be great. But like, if he does a full Elon, what he's going to do is he's going to fuck with them in the public until the stock price drops down lower without it being, criminally negligible. And then he's going to swoop in and buy it. He's going to do the whole savior thing. Because that's what Elon did. He tricked Twitter into like demanding that they purchase it after they were refusing. I mean, that's a mind fuck, but he used the public. So let's see. I mean, I don't know. Let's track this. Let's see what happens. I really hope he goes for it. If this drops, I'm going to be so sad.
We'll definitely keep you all updated on this.
We got a Bloomberg article, so it'll be short. I'm pulling New York Post. He's pulling Bloomberg. What is going on with this, though?
Could be worse.
There it goes. Lazy loading. Get out of here. All right. TikTok algorithm keeps pushing suicide to vulnerable kids. The super popular app can serve up a stream of anxiety and despair to teens. TikTok says it's making improvements, but now faces a flood of lawsuits after multiple deaths. This is from April 19th. TikTok's algorithm doesn't know Chase Nasca is dead. More than a year after Nasca killed himself at age 16, his account, should I be saying self-deleted, remains active. Scroll through his For You feed, and you see an endless stream of clips about unrequited love, hopelessness, pain, and what many posts glorify as the ultimate escape, deletion. Take away the pain. Deleting is a gift, says one video pushed to the account this February, days before the first anniversary of Nasca's death. In another, a male voice says, "I'm going to put a pow in a face hole," and boom, the think stuff out of the back of your cranium. And a female voice responded, "Cool." The feed looks much the same in the days before Nasca died on February 13th, 2020, and it surfaced a video of an oncoming train with the caption, "Went for a quick walk to clear my head." 5 days later, Nasca stopped on the Long Island Railroad tracks that run through the hamlet of Bayport, New York, about half a mile from his house. He leaned his bike against a fence and stepped onto the track at a blind curve his parents had warned him about since he was old enough to walk. He sent a message to a friend, "I'm sorry, I can't take it anymore." A train rounded the bend and he was gone. It is impossible to know why Nasca ended his life. There are often multiple factors leading to deletion, and he left no note. But 2 weeks after his being deleted, his mother, Michelle, started searching his social media accounts, desperate for answers. When she opened the TikTok app on his iPad, she found a library of more than 3,000 videos her son had bookmarked, liked, saved, tagged as favorite. She could see the terms he'd searched for: Batman, basketball, weightlifting, motivational speeches, and she could see what the algorithm had brought him: many videos about depression, hopelessness, and death.
We've been talking about it. That's what this thing is doing. And somebody may not be bombarded with this kind of stuff, but for whatever reason, his algorithm got twisted. And this is what this very impressionable young person was exposed to for a long period of time. And I think they should file a lawsuit. Because that is just as demonic as it gets. Whether this thing is alive or not, that is evil.
The kid was looking for motivational speeches.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he was going around like, "I need some depressing shit. Give me some emo music." No, he was looking for like good stuff, like how to lift weights and how to he was probably looking for Andrew Tate. I'm just saying, like, I guarantee you think what you want about that, but if he had all of those Andrew Tate videos, he might be a misogynistic asshole with a sports car, but he's not dead in that scenario.
Right. And I'm not laughing at this story. Jesus Christ. It's just, it's sad. I always bring this documentary up, but it's on Netflix. Crazy enough. Like, watch Social Dilemma because they've addressed this. Like,
is that
and
the kid?
They've seen different kid. They've seen an increase in suicide amongst teens in their like 13 years old, a 60% increase over a small short like period in time. So these algorithms really are affecting people in a very negative way, and they're going to have to figure out some way to regulate this and put an end to this. And because it's unfortunate to hear something like that.
Yep. And I've been saying it, and like I was on board with the whole kicking TikTok out until I found out what that bill was about. And I'm like, okay, never mind. We can't do that. But like, I'm all for, because Trump was trying to get TikTok out of the way at the end of his term, because he knew, like, I know that he knew that this stuff was coming up now, because he was trying to get it off the board then. That way they didn't have to mess with us now, because now they're trying to use it to get into our Ring doorbells and to track us on our Discords and whatnot. Right. So that was the whole game. It never got moved off the board. It's still there. They're now using it. But I mean, we've known for like a year and a half, at least 2 years, that they have been systematically programming that thing to show our kids garbage.
Yeah, and I don't think that TikTok's any more guilty than the other social media platforms too. I mean, they're doing the same thing. You could probably find a story where some kid, gets the same type of algorithm on Facebook or Instagram or whatever. So they're all doing it. And I don't know what you would have to do. I don't fully understand the algorithm. So, like, do you search something one time and get, a bunch of shit? And if you start searching positive things and you're like, no, I don't want to see this evil shit. Like I want to see positive things. Does it like try to pull you back in because like it's prioritizing the evil over the good? I don't know.
I mean, clearly he was searching. I mean, still, there might have been some lies in there. Maybe he was a little disturbed and was looking at some like dark stuff that pulled him down that road. But according to the report, he was searching weightlifting and motivational speeches, and it was giving him nothing. 3,000. He saved. Imagine how many videos there were if he saved 3,000 videos.
And this could have been after, because they did say that he was targeted with the stuff, right? So the depressing stuff. So maybe he got depressed, and as a human who wants to live and strives for life, maybe he started looking at motivational things, try to pull himself out of this dark pit that he was in. I don't know. I'm just talking.
No, you're probably right. It's just really, I mean, I don't tell you, it's freaking disturbing. It's disturbing because even then, what do you do about it other than get your kids off TikTok? But then I'm the crazy person that doesn't want anybody to have any fun, right? Okay, look, this is a tweet from Michael Schallenberger. There is a big debate over who blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. Instead of allowing the debate, Facebook has decided to take a side. It is censoring Pulitzer-winning journalist Seymour Hersh. And instead of explaining, Facebook sends readers to an article in Norwegian. Watch. What is it? Really?
And here's the article that it directs it to. So it's not only putting a label on it saying that it's false and it has no basis in a fact. It's also redirecting. You think you're going to that article, and it's sending you to some Norwegian site.
Because then by the time you translate it, you forget the title of the original.
Right. Shady shit, man.
That's next level.
And we already know that they've got all these backdoors with the 3-letter agencies. Elon exposed all that happening within Twitter. The same thing's happening within Facebook, Instagram, all of them. And they have enough pull. It should be scary to realize that the government has enough pull with these privately owned companies, and they threaten them. What was it that they had a Twitter sign that Elon made a big fuss about with the 3-letter agencies regarding Twitter? And it was something to do with they could be charged with some type of national security violation if they allowed certain posts to be, visible, or they could be fined in some way. It's been about a year ago since I was hearing all this, so I don't have all the facts off the top of my head, but I just remember something like that going down. They were sent letters for certain things, and under like penalty of fine and some law violation, they implemented these recommendations from the 3-letter agencies.
Yeah, I don't remember that one. That went under my radar.
Well, this just supports the fact that it's still being utilized in these other platforms. So.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah. No, Twitter is as free as a major platform can be right now, assuming that Elon's playing us. But we'll see.
I'll be right back. I'm going to get a refill.
Okay. From NBC News, Twitter begins removing legacy verified check marks. The step has prompted fears that users will have one less tool to distinguish known sources from impersonators or hoaxes. Blue check marks aren't allowed to impersonate people unless they clearly mark themselves as parodies. But excuse me. It's the end of an era on Twitter. Many users said Thursday they had lost their verified blue check marks, posting screenshots of their profile sans verification. Accounts with verified blue check marks had been awarded the badges by the company's previous leadership to identify accounts belonging to public organizations and high-profile users. The platform had initially said it would wind down the system on April 1st, but the date passed and nothing happened. Then last week, CEO Elon Musk announced a new date, April 20th. As of early Thursday afternoon, celebrities such as Oprah Winfrey, Justin Bieber, Katy Perry, and Kim Kardashian had lost their check marks. Prominent TV personalities such as CNN's Christian Amanpour and MSNBC's Rachel Maddow lost theirs as well. Public figures relating to all sectors of society, from Bill Gates to Pope Francis, all also lost their checks. Congressional representatives appeared to still have the gray government check mark on their official accounts, while some, such as Representative Ayanna Pressley and Brian Mast and Ilhan Omar, have lost verifications on their personal accounts. Others, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, still have their blue check marks on their personal accounts because she's paid the $8. As the removal process was underway Thursday, some users reported confusing glitches. They saw their blue check marks disappear, then reappear, also to disappear once again. I wonder if Drifter got his back because he lost his last week. Drifter, did you get your?
I did.
See? Okay, it's part of that. But most users whose check marks were removed were ready to say goodbye. Actor Halle Berry, she was Catwoman, posted a meme to commemorate the loss of her check mark. I'd imagine there's pictures here, but it's not showing them. Oh, hashtag blue check mark, Twitter Blue and verified trended on the platform in the U.S. with the new tweets cropping up nearly every minute. Twitter now describes verified accounts as verified because they are subscribed to Twitter Blue and verified their phone number. But as some legacy verified profiles continue to hold on to their check marks, the new language has prompted speculation that some celebrities have paid for Twitter Blue. Yeah, no shit. That's the idea. You're one of us. You're a person, a people person. Some who have noticed the change on their profile, including author Stephen King, butt plug, have begun to tweet disclaimers stating that they did not, in fact, pay to keep their badge.
Hillary lost hers.
Dude, this is actually really hilarious because if you think about it, what it's doing, it's putting everybody at each other's throats because it's like, did you pay for Twitter Blue? We're not supposed to pay for Twitter Blue. Why do you have a check mark? You know, like that. So Stephen King, all of them, they're all gonna end up gangbanging each other over this.
Yeah, I got attacked today by one. It may have been a bot, I don't know, but I had a pretty good little one-liner or something, and somebody came back and they were like, "Oh, well, it's who are you and who the fuck pays for a Twitter who pays for Twitter or something like that." So that's their go-to thing now. They're going to be attacking you if you do have a verification on Twitter.
You know what? It's not a political thing, and it's not like a culture war stance or anything. You know who pays for Twitter? People who have $8 and don't have a stick up their ass,
right?
And use Twitter. I mean, you have to that's another that's there's 3 qualifications for paying for Twitter,
right? And I'm kind of supporting what he's doing right now. So he's got not the country. He's got the company that was how many billions in the hole to break even, and he's projected to make a little profit. I mean, mind you, he has laid off 80% of the company and made a bunch of other major cuts. But good on him.
He lost all the government funding.
I saw him in an interview the other day, and he was like, well, turns out you don't need that many people to run Twitter." However he talks,
Yeah, they have like 3 omelet chefs. You don't need 3 omelet chefs. If your office space has a place for your workers to take naps, you're messing up.
Right. Exactly.
They got those little pods that they cover themselves up with. It's insane.
I'm trying to find that because I feel like I'm leaving a lot of y'all hanging, but it was actually Zuckerberg on Rogan who admitted that the FBI contacted them, and this was regarding the Hunter Biden laptop story, and basically warned them in advance and said not to promote this story because it's Russian propaganda, and Facebook went along with the FBI because they were told that it would violate some type of election integrity, the security of our elections, yada, 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 total bullshit, when it turns out that the story was true the whole time, and they were just lying to cover up the truth. You remember that, right?
Yeah. Sorry, did you know that Donald Trump lost his verification? That's funny.
That makes sense. I'm not gonna lie. I wish he would get back to tweeting. Like I don't know if he's got a contract with Truth Social. We need him on Twitter because that's where the people are. But go ahead.
No, I think he's gonna be back on Twitter. It's gonna be one tweet, and then all shit's gonna hit the fan.
I gotcha. But then at the same time, I've also thought about it. Let's say that's not the case. What we both know. Let's say that's not the case, and do you think that? What do you think the percentage of change in his message getting out is with him not tweeting and allowing everyone else to retweet his Truth Socials? Because the message is getting out, whatever he says, whenever he says it. So
that's one thing about him is even when he wasn't on a social media platform after he got removed from Twitter, he had a website and people just clipped his they were essentially tweets, but they were longer at that point because he was allowed to do that. They would clip them and put them on Twitter, and next thing you know, they were everywhere. They were on. Everybody was reading them on every show.
Right.
So his ability to get something out, people go to him to find out what he has to say. It's not like where it's like us, where look, there's a podcast. Let's see what they have to say. Oh, they don't. Maybe the audio is not too bad and they can understand what he's saying. Maybe, probably not in my case, and I apologize. But either way, right? You get it. Like, I mean, it's a little different. Like, people go to him wherever he is. People are going to find him. And they're going to help spread his message, which is, he's a very powerful man.
Even the Trump haters are screen capping things that he said on Truth Social. So they're on the platform just stalk him,
Mm-hmm.
and
yeah, nobody's stalking Ron DeSantis. Nobody's clipping Ron DeSantis. Sorry. Keep going there every time. Oh, I guess it's breaking U.S. deploying forces to region for possible Sudan embassy evacuation. Oh man, is this reminiscent at all of was it Benghazi or no?
That Afghanistan, take your pick. I mean,
Okay, yeah. Sorry, man. Damn. U.S. deploying forces for possible Sudan embassy evacuation as of April 20th noon. The United States is deploying forces to prepare for the possible evacuation of American embassy staff in Sudan as a rival factions battle in Khartoum, the Pentagon said Thursday. We are deploying additional capabilities nearby in the region for contingency purposes related to security and potentially facilitating the departure of U.S. embassy personnel from Sudan, the Pentagon said in a statement. For more than 300 people have been killed since the fighting erupted Saturday between forces loyal to Sudan Army Chief Abdel Fattah al-Burhan and his deputy, I'm not reading his name, who commands the Parliamentary Rapid Support Forces, RSF. Some of the fiercest battles have taken place in the capital, Khartoum, a city home to 5 million people, most of whom have been cloistered in their homes without electricity, food, and water. The RSF, a powerful force formed from members of Janjaweed militia that led years of extreme violence in Darfur, I think he said Darfur, had said its forces would fully commit to a complete ceasefire from Wednesday evening for 24 hours, as did the army. But witnesses said gunfire did not stop in Khartoum, as another ceasefire was breached within minutes of its supposed start for the second time in as many days. Beyond Khartoum, witnesses reported loud explosions in the city of Obaid in central state of North Kordofan. So Sudan's on fire, and right now we're doing military evacuations of the embassy, which again, yeah, it's very reminiscent of several other debauched situations. So let's see what happens. But I mean, this is just, it seems like we're getting into conflict on another front. I wouldn't call it war, but definitely conflict on another front on top of the other China, Russia, and what was the third one? We talked about it on Just Mac's show today. China, Russia, and Israel.
Right. I feel like
Sudan.
Trump today, if he was president, would have hit the DOD so hard for, just advertising their plans. He used to always give them shit about that. Like, why are you telling them what we're doing? Like, it just totally, would sabotages the whole plan. I mean, we know it when Trump ordered the killing of the top Iranian commander in Baghdad. Did he threaten the guy? No, we just heard one night that he was driving in a limousine next to an airport, and all of a sudden, his car was gone. So I mean, that's how you handle those situations. He used to always give the Pentagon shit for doing this type of stuff. So the Pentagon probably just put those people's lives out there in danger now that they know U.S. troops are coming. Is there going to be a fight? What's going to happen? International incident? Who knows? Yeah, incompetence.
Well, and remember, like it was just a short bit ago where it was like, okay, America's going in, and everybody would pucker up real fast, right? Because it was America. But now it's like, oh God, should we do this?
Right.
It's feeling a little sketchy these days to be going in hot. But I mean, it's so far it's just an evac. So let's see what happens. Right? What do you think about that? It just being, do you think in and out smooth 24-hour operation?
Well, there's two sides over in Sudan. The side that's on the U.S.'s side would have to provide some type of perimeter security for a certain amount of time, allow the helos to come in, get everybody out. If it's going to be something like that, I doubt it's going to be something where they're driven to an airport, and get on a plane. That just seems really sketch. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But they're going to have to work with people that are already on the ground over there because, I mean, think about it. You can't just land in a hot zone. Like, you got to have a secure area.
So I started blasting.
Right. I don't know, man. It's just.
Oh, they could send the expendables in.
True.
That always works out.
Here's some good news.
Yay. Insider paper. U.S. announces new $325 million military aid package for Ukraine. You tricked me, you son of a bitch. The United States. Go.
No, hold on. I have a theory, but just we'll come back to it when we get to the point of where it is. But just remind me if I don't remember. Like I have a theory about all this, and it's huge. But
Okay.
Continue.
All right. The United States on Wednesday announced a new $325 million military aid package for Ukraine that includes much-needed artillery rounds as well as anti-armor weapons. The package also includes munitions for HIMARS, precision rocket system, anti-tank mines, and more than 9 million rounds of small-armed ammunitions, the Defense Department said in a statement. The United States has spearheaded the push for broad support for Ukraine, quickly forging an international coalition to back Kyiv after Russia invaded in February 2022 and coordinating aid from dozens of countries. Kyiv has pushed for some items that that its international supporters have been reluctant to provide, including Patriot air defense systems and advanced heavy tanks, which were eventually promised, and others such as Western fighter aircraft, which have not been pledged so far. According to the U.S. State Department, the latest package brings total aid to Ukraine since Russia's invasion to more than $35.4 billion.
Now, when we start getting into the whole climate scam stuff, that's when that theory will come into play. Try to remind me. But I want to point out with this, okay, so within the last week, we've made it public that we're sending U.S. troops over to help Ukraine. Even more money on top of the billions that we've already spent. At what point does Russia say this is an act of war?
I mean, I think they already have. They're just playing softball.
Well, at what point do they retaliate in some way? Besides cyber stuff like they've been doing.
Right. I don't know, man. I kind of feel like they know. I think on their side of the board, they feel pretty in control, and they don't like they're in a power position, and they're not looking to strike out. And if they felt threatened, or if we somehow hit them in a big way, then we might see some retaliation. But I honestly think that Putin is using child gloves at the moment, and I appreciate it. Honestly,
He most definitely is.
It can really do some damage. You know, I hope he holds back as long as he needs to, and till it dissipates, because this is nuts.
The whole military industrial complex and the U.S. propaganda machine. Do you think that they want pictures of dead soldiers to publish all over the media to rally support behind this?
Oh yeah, I mean, anything that gets them what they want, they're all for it.
Because it's just a matter of time before we start seeing those.
It's insane that we played that video of them, that guy talking on the supposed battlefield, looked like a green screen, and it had all the spacecraft flying overhead.
Right.
The same sound effect just playing over and over again. There's no way that was legitimate propaganda that they released. Again, I can't believe that people are this stupid.
No, and the mainstream media will be running some little counter at the bottom of the screen every day, like they did with COVID, but this time it'll be dead troops.
Shit, we should put this up with Sudan. There's an explosion in Sudan. It's raining hellfire.
Hellfire missiles?
No, just like the biblical hellfire with the giant rocks of smoldering. Yeah, plasma. Now breaking, there was a huge explosion at the Capitol. So let's watch it.
You know, shockingly enough, I would not be surprised at all if it was like biblical hellfire at this point. Like,
right?
It wouldn't surprise me.
Bring on the end times.
Yep.
I'm. You know what, man? Look, I'm for it. I'm all about riding out storms. I'm for whatever comes. I'll put it that way.
Well,
come whatever may.
Your strategy was to get on top of the roof with a flag, shirtless, look into the wind, and some shit like that, right?
Yeah, while screaming, and eagles are flying over me. What's this? US.news.
Approach.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm putting on a training camp this summer if anybody can afford to come.
How much is the monthly fee?
I got to pay my rent, It's going to go up by then. I'm going to need like $8,000 per person. 10 people.
Well, it should depend on how many people you have. So, you're limiting to 10. You want small classes.
Yeah.
It's more intimate that way.
I'm making it feel exclusive.
Right. I got you.
It's a marketing tactic. Plus, I've only got a 1-bedroom apartment, so it's going to be weird anyways.
Right.
One towel. Bring your own towel. Look, NATO Stoltenberg visits Ukraine days after Putin ahead of spring offensive. Is this feels like sports when they use terminology? It's the spring offensive. It's almost time for the spring offensive.
Dude, I told you Tuesday. They're planning, or maybe it was today. Hell, I don't remember. But they have been bolstering this May counteroffensive by the Ukrainians. They've been saying it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Just Mac pointed out how Russia's kind of beefing up its border everywhere from north to south, anticipating this event. Is it going to be an all-out full NATO strike? I don't know, but we're sending our troops over there. So,
if I was part of a worldwide syndicate of good guys that was trying to quietly beat some Khazarian mafia or whatever, one of the things that I might do is proactively weaken, a force like NATO in every way possible throughout, the span of like a decade as we're leading up to the conflict, so that when we get to the approach, the people that we want to win are well equipped to do that. I don't feel worried about this on one hand, but on the other hand, I am sad because I really do feel like America's lost its place in this world. That breaks my heart.
Yeah, it has, and it is unfortunate to say, but I mean, like countries like France that we mentioned earlier protesting against NATO. They're not the only one. Like, and look at us right now talking shit about NATO. Like, we're not for it either. Other countries around the world are waking up to that fact. So they would label it, someone who's pro-Ukrainian in this conflict, they would label that as Russian propaganda, because that's what we do. We sit around and read like RT all day, that's like what they're trying to paint the picture. Is like, no, we just work for our money. We pay our taxes, and we're tired of sending it, overseas in a war that we don't belong in, when our inner cities are crumbling, our infrastructure is crumbling. We're $31 trillion in debt. Like, we are fucked. Like, no. Okay.
No, you're dead on point. I'm just over here trying not to have a breakdown. It is. It's sad, and we all see it, but we can't do anything about it. And they want us to believe I don't know if the people in charge understand the jig is up. We can all kind of see that this is all a joke at this point. And they still act like it's some difficult, magical thing that only they can understand. And it's just going to get worse because that's the way it is. No, they're actively doing it to us, to our faces.
It doesn't help that despite the state-sponsored, media that were, pretty much all exposed this week by Elon, like the media itself are all, they're on the right and the left are trying to prop this war up. When the public is totally opposed to it. I mean, not totally, but, primarily opposed to it. So they're all, I don't know if they're I don't know what it is. I don't know if they're sponsored by Lockheed, other companies that are involved, Halliburton. I don't know what the hell's going on there. But for whatever reason, the media is aligned with the government. They want the war. They're going to push the war. They're going to try to get us all riled up. And like I said, that the dead troops are coming next. So get ready. You're going to start seeing, dead troops, and your average citizen. Yeah. And your average citizens, that are not informed of kind of what's going on, the elderly that still, trust Fox News, still trust CNN to, they have no clue. They're going to believe all this shit. I don't know. It's really annoying to see it play out.
Let's see what Stoltenberg has to say about it. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg made a surprise visit to Kyiv on Thursday ahead of a summit meeting on the future of the Ukraine war, the latest in a string of officials who in recent days have tried to use their presence there to shift momentum as the conflict enters a new stage. Stoltenberg, in a Twitter post, said it was an honor to be back in Kyiv and to meet with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, adding a particular defiant pledge from a leader of the Cold War-era military bloc. Ukraine's rightful place is in NATO, and over time, our support will help to make this possible. NATO is not directly involved in the conflict in Ukraine, but as a coalition... Yeah, okay. Fair. As a coalition originally founded to contain the Soviet Union, has played a leading role in organizing Western support for Kyiv in its fight against Russia's invasion, particularly training its troops and facilitating weapons and shipments, which is, I mean, what do you define direct involvement?
It's like, hey, watch how I shoot this guy. Pow! See how that's done? Let's go do it again, and this time you try. Like, is that training?
I mean, I guess, but like, yeah, I mean, it says not directly involved, training its troops and facilitating weapons and shipments. Like that seems like contradictory statements, but I'm going to digress on that one.
They're so full of shit. We have video of Americans speaking clear as day English with American flags, like clearing rooms. And this was 4 or 5 months ago. We've been saying they've been over there. They're just now admitting it after lying about it for months.
Well, and there's been mercenaries and volunteers that have gone over there. I wonder how many of them are still hanging out.
Okay, so let's just say you're a mercenary, right? You're part of some elite special ops unit or whatever, and you get shipped in via NATO vessel, dropped off, or flew, via helo to some area. You're NATO. Like, you're NATO.
That's a good point too. Yeah. I mean, they're really, if they make it to that country, and there was like, they made it to where like there were no travel restrictions. You could just walk into the country. Like you didn't need a passport or anything or something like that. I can't remember now, but they made it very easy for people to get over there because they were begging for volunteers. And I think part of it was to get our people, any of us Americans going over there and getting killed is media ammo for them.
Right.
But you're right. I mean, if we've got boots on the ground, they're slowly getting us used to the idea, and then they're going to start using it as propaganda as soon as it pulls high enough that it's cool that we're technically, literally in a war.
So they're claiming right now, according to just like a rudimentary Google search, first thing, this is VOA News, at least 5 Americans are known to have died so far. And this was January. So I'm sure it's increased by then. And I'm sure that number is totally botched. But compared to how they report Russia, for instance, so the 200,000 Russians have apparently been killed because they're winning, even though they're actively losing territory. By the way,
like right there, we were this close, y'all. Freaking, it's like the roller coaster is like right at the tip, and you just know that you're about to go in for the swoopy thing, and there's no stopping it, and you just put your hands up. Put your hands up. Have fun with it, I guess. I don't know. That's a very nihilistic way to put it. I don't know what to tell you.
I got until I'm 37. I'm 33. I don't need World War III to pop off. Like, I'm technically labeled like inactive, but on call at this point. So, like, just leave me the hell alone. Give me another 5 years. Give me another 5 years.
Dude, the rate of acceleration.
I got skin in this game. Like, I'm not just up here running my mouth. Like, this is total bullshit.
Can we get in the same platoon? Is that possible? How does that work?
You're flat-footed, dude.
Do we fill out a form?
Write me.
Yeah. Like Dear Drifter.
Letters from home.
Day 150 of your absence. The podcast is going well. We have 2 new viewers. They say hi.
Maybe I could like Skype you or something from a trench. I'll give you like front lines scoops. Like, what?
We now take you to the ground with our correspondent Drifter. Drifter, how is it out there?
It'll be me with like spaceship fucking. They're playing it on the speaker, Jay. Like that is not fucking real. Like don't tell anybody I told you.
Show me the cardboard cutouts and the blow up airplanes. Hey, this is from the U.S. Sun. Gold heist. Bandit steals 12 million pound haul of gold and other high valuable loot from Toronto airport in spectacular movie style heist. So somebody at least is living their fullest. April 20th.
Yeah,
sorry?
I was just going to say we touched on this on Just Max show.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know whoever they are knew what they were doing. That's all I know. Like, because this is for one, you're in an airport, so that's already a guarded space. You can't have weapons. You can't, you got to go through, all these different checks and shit, TSA, or whatever the equivalent is up there in Canada. And for you to get into the secure area and then to know what plane the gold is on when that shit should be kept secret. Plus, you got all your guards and your armed guards that could be guarding the gold. And just an odd thing. It's almost, I don't know. I feel like someone was in on it.
Right.
Someone was in on this shit. I don't know, but we'll give you all follow up.
Yeah, not very often you hear about heists anymore. I mean, little ones. Somebody robbed a money van. The money guard. What is it? The armored cars.
Brinks truck.
Yeah, there was one of those, and now there's this. So I guess we're going back to the 1950s gangster era.
Right.
Kind of cool. You guys want to party up?
We don't condone any, any of that, but
right.
Yeah.
Bandits have stolen a 12 million pound haul of gold and other high valuable loot from Toronto airport in a spectacular movie style heist. Canadian cops hastily launched an investigation after thieves made off with the precious metal from the country's busiest airport. The guy's looking super confused. The gold, which was being held in a secure facility, was in the process of being moved through Toronto Pearson International Airport. The airport is often relied on to transport gold that has been mined in Ontario to bling lovers around the world. Oh, they bling lovers. Are there any bling lovers out there? How does this story make you feel, bling lovers? But crafty crooks somehow managed to intercept the swag in the high value container on Monday evening. I see what they're doing now. They're doing a whole thing. Thieves seized the booty from a holding cargo facility after it was offloaded from a plane that had landed at the airport. An aircraft arrived here on the airport in the early evening. Inspector Stephen Duvsting said reporters, as per normal procedure, the aircraft was unloaded and cargo was transported from the aircraft to the holding cargo facility. He said the pricey spoils were then snatched using illegal means. I want to know what those are, though. Yeah. Police are now desperately searching for the masterminds behind the extraordinary heist. Okay. This is very rare, Dovestein said.
How many pounds? I'm sorry. How many pounds total?
12 million pounds, which should come out to right now about $10 million.
No. How many pounds of gold? Like weight?
Oh, no. It was 1.7 tons.
Okay.
Which came out to like 30. Check me, but I think it was like 32,000 ounces.
Just to put this into perspective, so that's 3,400 pounds. The average gold bar is 12.4 kilograms, which equates to 27.3 pounds. So 3,400 divided by 27.33 that's 124 like big gold bars, like the thick ones and the long ones. So how does this even happen? That's a lot of weight, dude.
Yeah, that's what I want to find out. But real quick, Airzax was in the comments. I don't know if he's watching or not. It says, odd, y'all are showing up live on my phone, but not my computer. Yeah, I've tried all the things, and it's not showing on my computer, just the app, which still doesn't have live chat, LOL. Yeah, that's two things. Is one, I can't ever find the live chat, but then people tell me there is a live chat. And something about Rebel Rants are supposed to be released on the phone soon, so I don't know about that. 2, I couldn't find me either when I wasn't logged into my account on Rumble. So it does look like, I told you, our live video is hidden somehow, but people are watching us. So it must be the Roku or Fire Stick or Apple.
So I'm on my phone right now. This is what it looks like. And there is a button right here. Mm-hmm. And if you click that, it will expand the live chat. So it's working on my Android. So, yeah, I don't know.
Wonder if it's the same on the Apple. I don't know either. But if you want to help us out, you can hit the like button. Man, alive. I'm going to go to speech therapy if you hit the like button. How about that?
Please hit the like button.
How you like them apples? Do, re, mi, fa,
where are
sol,
we
la,
at right
ti, do.
now? 7. If we get 20, that'll be enough to send me to school as well.
Hey, educate us. Yeah. Get us
try
off
our best. Shit, we try our best. Y'all cut us some slack.
I didn't know we were supposed to be trying our best. My bad. I can do better.
We're from the South, and we grew up on Common Core, like public school.
1 + 1 + 1 can't equal 4. I heard that today.
We were both a bit of slack offs in school too, from what I hear. So, like, bear with us.
Yep, I was smoking in the boys' room. No arrests have been made, and an official did not release any information on possible suspects. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police have been drafted in to help and aid the investigation, but reports claim cops are looking into whether a local gang pulled off the robbery, which echoes the plot of Hollywood blockbusters. Focus has now fallen on an organization or organized criminals operating in the region, according to Toronto Sun. Investigators suspect that the thieves may have made their escape in a heavy-duty truck due to the size of the swag. Do they not have cameras? You're going to know.
That's what I'm saying, dude. None of this shit makes sense because, like, I know it's a game, but it makes sense, and they're even pointing it out. At the end of GTA 5, everybody's familiar with this game, your final mission is the gold heist, and they had to reinforce the basically the frame of these vehicles and the shocks just to be able to support the weight of all this gold, which is what they're kind of talking about here. Like, they would need some type of reinforced vehicle even to move the gold out. Then you would need a bunch of men with backpacks, because I don't know how many gold bars I could hold in my backpack, but I mean, what did I say? 120. How many was it? It was 124 total gold bars if they were your standard, I don't know, 2 inches tall by, 6 inches long or something like that. I don't know. But a lot of weight. I would say it was at least a 5-man operation, not including drivers.
I think it'd be hilarious if they got the security footage and it was a bunch of Mini Coopers driving off like an Italian job.
Right.
Oh, man. If I were to make a heist like this, I'm using Mini Coopers.
And it was stamped. I'm sorry, but it was stamped with some kind of English or whatever the company was. So all this will be melted down.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. You just melt that right off.
So,
well,
and I'm sure they leave Canada with it. Honestly, I mean, it may be in the U.S. by now or China. Who knows? It may be the damn Chinese, dude.
Let's not rule out the possibility that it was the Canadians that stole the Canadian gold. Okay. Trudeau's like, I don't know what happened. It was there and it's not. Okay. It's a mystery. We will catch them though. And then it's like, pay attention to this now. Who knows, man?
Monitoring him for any new jewelry.
$80,000 watch like Macron.
Mm-hmm.
Never mind. That's old news. I was about to do a rant, but I'm not going to.
Go ahead, man. Ran away.
12 million gold. No. Leave me alone. No. Let's talk about the Starship situation.
I really hope they're not sold out because I want one of those torch lighters just to have it. I'd probably put it on the mantle or something. It's a piece of history.
The $8,000 breaking start. I might be thinking of something different.
All right, so here's the thing. Can I introduce this one? So everybody's been anticipating this launch. Elon came out last week when he was being questioned about it. It's the largest rocket in history ever. So
that's what she said.
It's a pretty big deal. That's what she said. But anyways, I didn't even mean to do that. So so he's been setting it up, right, about this launch, and people have been questioning about it. And he told them up front, it's going to be a success if it doesn't blow up on the launch pad. So for whatever reason, based on whatever data they had, they were anticipating something like this. And they even armed it with a detonation device just in case it didn't separate, which is what happened today. But every damn media outlet today reported it as Elon's rocket explodes seconds after launch. You know, trying to make Elon look bad. And it just really pissed me off, man.
I get it. I'm also in the camp of like, this is annoying. It's 2023. That's just how I feel about it all. And also, you know, my opinions.
Well, Kinsey says, we will save our democracy by finding the gold, says Trudeau, about everything. We take this very seriously. Is that really what he said? Or are you making a joke?
Did he really say that? Because that's exactly what I said he would say.
It sounds like something he would say.
He stole the gold. Now he's sitting there acting like they're going to find it. But watch, tomorrow there's going to be a new news story. But the gold's still going to be gone. But as far as this rocket goes, look, if the Earth is a cube, if it's a donut, if it's a sphere, if it's a hologram or an Instagram or Telegram, I don't know. But the thing is, anytime that I've ever seen, yeah, right, the same stars, yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
But at the same time, anytime I've ever seen a rocket go up like this, when they do fire them into space, by the time it gets into space, it's CGI. It is. Like, I can tell it is. My eyes can't, like, I can't trick my brain into thinking that it's real because it doesn't look real to me. I've never seen a rocket actually leave space, but I have seen them skipping off of whatever water is up there when they're skipping off of water up there. I don't know. It's fucking weird.
Come on, Jay. You saw the Red Bull man jump. You saw this.
Yeah. Whoa, my bad. Yeah, but you know what's weird about that video, going on a conspiracy tangent real quick, is that when he gets to the top, like when the balloon stops for him to jump out of, it sticks to something because the way that it's pivoting up there, it's clearly leaning on, like it's reached the top of whatever this is, and it's hit something because it's pivoting off of the top center. It only does that if it's caught on the top center. So I'm just saying. And the fisheye lens they were using when he was jumping, the whole thing is nonsense.
Wait until episode 333, please?
Yeah, okay, fine. My bad. You're going to get me on one, Elon.
All right, thank you.
I feel like the whole thing is just a phallic masturbatory.
We had a fucking plan.
Waste of time.
It's all right.
Well,
no one's watching.
I blew it like he blew his rocket. But you are right. For that being said, the annoyance of it and whatnot, the opinions and beliefs of people, it is just a rocket that he did ahead of time say might blow up or probably going to blow up. Just hoping it doesn't blow up at ground level. He smirked whenever it happened. He was like, "Hey, there it goes."
Hey, no one died, but that's only because they wasn't sitting in this fucking car. Like the next link, the one where it's like car hit with debris. Play that shit right now.
Oh, yeah, okay, there it is. I was like, I couldn't.
Check this out. So this car, I don't know how far away it was from the launch pad, but this was just caused by the force of the propulsion, the engines pushing shit out, not the explosion. And this isn't like debris falling from the sky after the explosion. This is like the force. Did you see that?
No.
Look,
wow.
Just keep an eye on the car.
Hopefully nobody was in there. I guess not.
It totaled. That car is totaled.
Yeah, but like Elon's probably going to buy him a new one.
Yeah, and it looks like, I don't know if that's some kind of monitoring device for weather or some kind of bike rack, or I don't know, but there's some type of thing on the back of that car.
That's a radar. Yeah, that's a radar of some type.
I can't tell.
Where are they at? Are they in Houston or are they in Florida? Do you know?
No, I can find out real quick. So the SpaceX launch today was at Starbase facility in Boca Chica, Texas, about 20 miles east of Brownsville. That's that same location where they're wanting to build Musk, Texas, for all the SpaceX employees.
Whoa. Brownsville was in the news yesterday for us. What happened in Brownsville? I'm thinking, so there was a.
I'm by McAllen. I remember what you're talking about, but damn it.
Was it an explosion? Or they're not out of gas? That's Florida.
Was it something dealing with the illegal immigration? I really don't know. I don't remember.
It was like an explosion. I think it was that highway fire, that really intense semi fire.
It was the semi truck. That is exactly
in Brownsville. And then was the semi truck carrying jet fuel for the rocket launch?
I don't know, but let me share my screen real quick just to give everybody kind of point of view of where this is. I live in Texas, and I didn't even know where this was.
Smoking joints all the time? Who?
No, cigarettes. I have a problem with nicotine, and I'm not gonna lie. I drank a couple shots of whiskey earlier. When I get a little buzz, I tend to chain smoke. So if you could tell here, so Port Isabel is where the launch happened, in this area here, and Brownsville would be. Somewhere around here, somewhere around McAllen. Let's just search it. Hell with it. It's really close, though. Oh, like literally right there, like in the neighboring.
It's a 20-minute drive.
Yeah, if that. Wow. Okay.
Interesting that it's that explosion happened, but I'm not saying it's connected. I'm just saying
it is odd.
We missed this. Something about a separation. Let's look. Watch as SpaceX Starship rocket exploded above the Gulf of Mexico on Thursday, minutes after lifting off from the launch pad in Texas. Before the launch, the founder, Elon Musk, said it might take several tries before Starship succeeds at this test flight.
Separation by now. Obviously, this does not appear to be a nominal situation.
Yeah, it does appear to be spinning, but I do want to remind everyone that everything after clearing the tower was icing on the cake.
There you go.
They even clapped when it exploded.
And there, as you saw, as we promised, an exciting end to the Starship inaugural integrated test flight.
So the whole thing about this Starship is that it's the biggest Starship so far. My annoyance with the technology side of it is that they're claiming to be testing the engine by attaching it to the craft and sending the whole thing up to explode. That seems like a waste of money to me, and it seems illogical. And if I was running a business like that, I wouldn't be doing that. And I think that they have more sense than that. So I don't understand it. Other than that, hold on real quick. Other than that, they're starting to push the development of commercial space travel is what this is about. This is the door opening for commercial space travel. So if space is real or not, we'll find out real quick. Maybe they send us up into we all put on VR headsets and we think we're in space. Who knows?
Right. I'm thinking that it's just, they're trying to test different things like the physics of it. And, I can understand why. I definitely wouldn't want to put people in there without testing the exact same craft with dummies at a similar weight to our astronauts that we're going to be potentially sending up. I'd want to run a test like this. I mean, I'd want to actually run multiple. It is a huge expense, but I mean, you're going to Mars.
You test the parts separately. You don't attach them all together. You don't spend time building out the what do you call it, the fuselage or the shuttle or whatever you call it on a spacecraft, but and then attach it to the engine just to test whether or not the engine's going. You blow up your whole project that way. But I mean, if you got the money, fine, screw it. I don't know. Maybe
that's what I was saying. Like maybe it has something to do with the physics of it, and they wanted an exact.
I see. Okay. Yeah.
To test with the rocket, instead of just like a weight hanging off of it, which may not necessarily have, the same result. I don't know. I'm not a damn astrophysicist or whatever, but
Kenzie's got a point. Says it justifies the NASA billions because that's a good. They're always scrambling for ways to justify that money that they're always getting. Oh, did you want to cover this? Do you want to take this? The serial killer?
There's really not. I'm gonna keep as long as, and I didn't join that group. We both said we were going to join it, and I need to join it. But apparently, according to the police chief out there, even though the 8 bodies have been hauled out of there, similar, description of the victims, and there it seemed like there was a pattern going on. Pulled out of this same lake, Lady Bird Lake, out in Austin, which is a nice area. 8 bodies in the last 10 months. He's saying that there's no evidence pointing to a killer. So apparently these people are just like walking out there and drowning. I don't know.
Yep, I think it's a grinder rapist, but that's just based on experience. Y'all be safe in
be careful.
Austin.
Yep.
Don't have miscellaneous sex by the lake.
I wanted to do a sting operation. Like we talked about last time. I'm for real. What if we nabbed him, dude? We go viral.
You get the net
for the fame, but I'm just saying.
I'll get the burner phone.
All right. You do all the sexting. I can't.
Oh, you've never seen me sext. He'll be asking us to leave him alone. He'll be calling the cops on us that's how we'll catch him. I'm gonna freak him out so much. He's gonna be like, these guys will not stop texting me. Can you make them stop? And they're like, aren't you the killer?
Holy shit. Jenny said somebody has to wear a wig, not it.
Oh man. Come on, you didn't give me time. All right, here we go. Texas border czar, special response teams turned back thousands of migrants. Texas border czar Mike Banks tweeted a report saying special response units of the Texas Military Department and Department of Public Safety turned back thousands of migrants during the first 2 days of deployment in El Paso. Border czar Banks tweeted that Governor Greg Abbott ordered the deployment of mobilized special units under Operation Lone Star, I like that name, to El Paso on Sunday. He reported the teams turned back thousands of migrants, cutting illegal entries across President Biden's open border in half. Wow. Turning back thousands, and it only cuts it in half. Not to mention the millions that have already come over here, but okay. Under Greg, that's the tweet. The border czar's comments followed an address by Governor Abbott to the Southwest Border Sheriff's Coalition meeting in McAllen, Texas on Monday. We are working on quick response teams that can respond to the challenges we see coming across the border. We had a telephone meeting last night where we triggered one of these quick response teams to go to El Paso, the Texas governor told the gathering of border sheriffs. And they've already conducted operational maneuvers today, even before I arrived here, to make sure that we are responding more aggressively to the huge number of people who tried to enter El Paso illegally. Absent a sudden change in the policy by the Biden administration, Governor Abbott indicated the situation along the border is about to get much worse, with Title 42 coming to an end next month. A report from DHS predicts as many as 18,000 migrants per day cross the southwest border with Mexico into the U.S. currently. Most of those enter through Texas. 18,000 migrants per day could cross the southwest border with Mexico into the U.S. currently. Per day.
Yeah, and now, based off of what I've seen, I mean, everybody was Trump all this, and y'all know I'm a fan of Trump, but the video that we showed last podcast, they're literally just scaling up this shit like squirrels. So the wall's ineffective. I mean, it may cause them 10 minutes of, frustration, but they're literally climbing the wall, shimmying up the beams, hooking a hook ladder, and then rappelling down the other side with a rope.
Yeah. Well, there's 2 parts. You need the wall, and then you need the response units. You need people in trucks that can and cameras with the little beep 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 systems that alert you whenever someone's doing the climbing of the makeshift ropes and hooks. And then by the time they get to the top, you're there with a truck and a net.
Can we just electrify it like North Korea? I don't even care anymore.
Hey, I mean, there you go. And it's not like we go to Mexico, they come over here. That's fine. We've got a border crossings. There's a few border crossings for that purpose. But if you can't get across the border, then there's something wrong with you. I don't like, right? Like you don't have your papers in line, or you're doing something illegal, or you got something in your pockets you shouldn't. Right. There's a reason why you're having to sneak. And I don't like it. Nobody likes it. Stop it.
I'm not going to be the guy that I realize there's a lot of people out there like, oh, well, you got to be sympathetic towards these people. They got a hard life over there, blah, 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 boo-hoo, all this bullshit. Look, people have come over here the right way who had horrific stories from third world countries. They did it the correct way. So these people, I will not give them a pass just because, they grew up in a poor area. Hell, I did too. I don't give a shit. Maybe not like living in a mud hut, poor. But I'm just saying, there's a pathway to citizenship if you're going to bypass every little procedural step to that and just come over here and then work under the table, exploit us. One business that comes to mind, that they're a massive food truck operation going on with illegals. They will go to every job site. When I did this in Dallas, if you're ever there around lunchtime at any construction site, you're going to see some Hispanic people pull up in a food truck. They've already got all the burgers, everything cooked, tortillas, or whatever you want, tacos, all that shit's ready to go. They literally come up, honk 3 times, beep, beep, beep. 20 minutes, everybody on the damn construction site is down there by this food truck. They sell out. They probably go home, load up again, and head to the next place. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, but that's not illegal. That's just commerce.
Well, they're not U.S. citizens.
Okay. Well, oh, yeah. I get
it. It's like, do you accept debit? No, senor.
Right. Well, and they're creating their own little economies, yeah. Right? And that's how it is in the barrio here where I live. They have their own little economies, and they kind of like, they keep their money within their communities, the parts, the amount that they don't send back to their family across the border anyways.
It used to piss me off, like, if I'm going to be honest with you, because, like, that shit was smelling good some days. If you didn't have cash, you're just shit out of luck.
Yeah, there you go. That's how they discriminate. Like, white people don't carry cash. We only take cash.
Meanwhile, like every Mexican there on the job site's like pulling out wads of $100 bills.
Sure.
Fuck.
This is a story from Daily Star, and it was posted today. Pentagon releases video of a metallic UFO over Middle East, which has been seen for years.
Can I just say right now, I only included this because this is the type of shit they do to us. This article is total bullshit. I need everybody out there to realize that right now. This is total bullshit.
I want to see the video, but it's loading. The Pentagon has released new drone footage of a spherical UFO soaring over villagers in the Middle East, and it looks startling. Okay, is that a word? And it looks startlingly similar to a previous sighting. Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, director of the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, attended the Senate hearing yesterday. For the first time since the U.S. Air Force spotted and shot down the Chinese spy balloon, he revealed that his team is currently tracking 650 cases and confirmed that 52% of UFOs are spheres. Dr. Kirkpatrick shared 2 videos which have recently been declassified, with one remaining unresolved. Where is it? Why are these parts blurred out? And where's the UFO? Is that it? That's got to be it down there.
Surely not. Like, I didn't read the whole thing, but there's not a video, dude.
Well, there is, but it says loading. So I don't know. There might not be. This could be a whole fake thing. And it's like, oh, yeah, our video wasn't working.
Yeah, because anyways,
who is this guy?
Dr. Kirkpatrick.
Oh, I know. Like, what does it do?
Hold on. Let's see.
You know, it's bullshit when they immediately start talking about other incidences.
How did we find ourselves here, Jay? We're literally like, we don't know shit, and we're covering the news. Dr. Kirkpatrick, MD, he's a urology specialist at Christus. No, it's
urology? Did you say urology?
That can't be him. Like, hold on. That can't be him. That's some local doc. Y'all don't be blowing up
Does
his email.
He look like
that man
this
didn't
guy?
do anything. Scroll down.
What are his LinkedIn pronouns?
Let me log into LinkedIn real quick. Hold on.
Is that Deer Park water? No, it doesn't look like it.
Dr. Kirkpatrick. I can't find him. He's a ghost online. Where is this at? Is this in the House committee? Or who'd you get? Is it Congress?
Let's go back up to the top here. The Pentagon has released drone. It doesn't. He was Senate hearing yesterday, so April 19th. It doesn't say what the hearing was about, but it was a Senate hearing.
Let me share my screen real quick.
Okay. You can just do that, right? You don't have to ask for permission.
Oh, I thought you had to remove yours before I could. My bad.
Just takes it over.
I'm an idiot. Anyways, Georgia man who pleads country's UFO investigation program to brief some lawmakers publicly next week. This is this guy. So in a rare move, some members of Congress will hold a public hearing on what is known about UFOs. This article was from April the 14th. So the hearing just happened. Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick is listed as the only witness set to testify on Wednesday before the Senate subcommittee on emerging threats and capabilities. He is the director of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. What in the fuck?
It's the same place that guy works for. Oh, it's the same guy. So
yeah, so he was born in Columbus, grew up in Metro Atlanta. He went to the University of Georgia, received his bachelor's in science degree in physics in 1991. Just 4 years later, he completed his doctorate work in nonlinear and non-equilibrium phonon dynamics of rare earth doped fluoride crystals. Sounds like a bunch of bullshit to me.
That sounds like cover for doing drugs. Who is this guy? They pulled him out of nowhere. His first time being in the Senate in like 5 years, it says something like that. The office under the Department of Defense was set up in July 2022. The AARO is responsible for not only tracking unidentified flying objects in the sky, but also underwater or in space, or potentially an object that has the ability to move from one domain to the next. The office was established following more than a year of attention on unidentified flying objects that military pilots have observed, but have sometimes been reluctant to report due to fear of stigma. This is just another department that they've created and put into the budget to steal more of your tax money. And it's all bullshit. UFOs are round. It took us $8 billion in 10 years, but we have finally determined that UFOs might be round.
Right.
Stay tuned for more.
Jesus Christ.
Also sign this check. In other news, just in, Washington State has officially banned the death penalty. So we've got Florida making it a death penalty offense to harm a child. And in Washington, they go, yeah, but we're just going to take it completely off the table.
And also, I'd like to point out that if you do the most heinous acts when it comes to murder or breaking the law somehow, they have sympathy and compassion on you, and they would never kill you. But if you want assisted suicide in Washington, sign right here. Like,
if you want to kill yourself,
here's a.
It's not going to hurt you. It's not. We're not going to hurt you. We're not going to hurt you. Oh, you want to hurt yourself? Here, sign this paper.
What the fuck?
I don't know,
Anyways.
But as soon as you cross the border into Washington, they give you a package of needles, and I don't know what that's about. Place is a little weird.
Well,
several laws, which is this, that the courts have struck down as unconstitutional and outdated. As you know, I initiated a moratorium against the death penalty in Washington State in 2014. And our rationale for that decision was affirmed by our Supreme Court decision in 2018 when they invalidated the death penalty statute. They made clear, and we know this to be true, that the penalty has been applied unequally and in a racially insensitive manner. Let's be clear. By this act, we are in the state of Washington.
He's saying that because it was misused, that it's no longer going to be used. But, and here's the thing, I watched this documentary about brain damage, and this guy was doing scans, or maybe it was a TED Talk, but the guy was doing scans on death row inmates, and he found they all had brain damage. And over the course of his career, he's found several ways to repair the brain. So the question becomes, can you fix a death row inmate? And if you can, should you? And if you're not going to kill them, then you should, right? I feel like you got to trade off. You got to do something with them. They're a burden on the state, and they're dangerous.
I agree. Honestly, I just think and it's sad because at one point in their life they were innocent, but they were taught all this crazy shit and brought up in a very violent area. Not in all instances, but working in the field that I worked, I had some people who were just playing the game that were cool with us, because our job and what I did for like the first 5 years was to kind of make friends with them, because my job is to observe. So I need them to trust me. I need to be able to know what their triggers are. I need to be able to listen, be observant. If I see this patient take his meds and then walk to the bathroom and pop them out of his mouth and hand it over to his buddy, I need to know that, because that could potentially kill someone, you know? So we're being observant for things like that. Also, like listening for, hey, we going to jump, Fred at 8 o'clock. We need to know about shit like that. So we're constantly listening, constantly watching. And I've had them pull me off to the side, like where there's no cameras, and be like, listen, we ain't going to fuck with you, but just don't fuck with us. Like, we in here, like, I'm just being honest that, this is kind of shit that would happen all the time.
But still, I mean, brain damage is brain damage. Somebody who's chronically mentally ill, like I forget where we were talking about this. It might have been on Just Mac's podcast earlier, but mental illness, right, is an illness. It's an you're ill. You're thought ill, which implies that you're sick. Sickness is curable. And I don't know how you cure mental illness, let alone how you would cure brain damage, but somebody who's chronically mentally ill is probably suffering from brain damage. Once you find a way to repair the brain damage, you have a better chance of overcoming the mental illnesses. So if you can rehabilitate people in general, I mean, think about it. Like, should you have to go to jail to get that kind of treatment? What if I were to go to the doctor tomorrow and find out that I've got completely rotted brain from all the shit that I've eaten and God knows what else, right? And it's like, here, listen to this meditation tape, and tomorrow your brain's going to be whole and full again. I'd be like, whoa, okay, cool. It might be something for us to explore as a society. Maybe the death penalty is overrated, but they're not replacing it with anything. He's just taking it off the table, which means these psychopaths are going to be held by the state or released.
So I have a different opinion when it comes to mental illness versus what I was just describing, because the same person that would pull you aside and say, leave us alone, like, let us do our thing, we'll be cool with you, we won't attack you when there ain't no other staff around, when you're totally defenseless, we won't beat the shit out of you, listen to us. Like, they would also hit a female nurse just walking by, not like doing their job, checking vitals. They would hit her just so they could receive medication, because they knew that they would get X, Y, and Z if they did something like that. They'd be put in a restraint chair and they'd be shot up with all kind of dope that a lot of them liked. So you're dealing with an individual that does not care about you or anybody else. They have no family and they don't give a shit. They will do that same person that I just described that would hit a nurse would also, if they were out in public, murder a nurse and laugh, and leave. They're evil.
Generalizing, mental illness.
People
think that it's demons.
This is just demons. This is evil, what I was describing. The ones that are mentally ill, we knew right away. That's why they would encourage charting, all the psychiatrists and everything.
Okay.
They want to,
and then you have people that are manipulatively narcissistic. They're playing a role to get.
It's called malingering in the industry, is what it's called, malingering. And you knew immediately the ones that were that had issues, For instance, I'll give you an example. An individual who was truly mentally ill, high profile case. I saw him every day. Killed his mother and ate parts of her because he thought that they were demons in her eyes.
Okay.
Scoop the eyes out with a spoon.
Oh, dude, come on.
I'm just telling you, this is the kind of evil that's in the world. And also, this individual is recovered now on medication, stable, regrets what he did, and he's a New York Times best-selling author.
He ate part of his mom.
Yes. In a very brutal, violent attack.
Well, hey, look, let's all use that as a motivational story.
I'm just saying mental illness is a real thing.
Do you think he ever recovered or he just got better at hiding it? What did he do to repair? Like, because again, I think it's brain damage, and it might not be, but I watched a TED Talk, and I'm pretty sure
it could be caused by brain damage. There's many instances caused by brain damage. If you want to include drug usage as brain damage, a lot of people use inhalants and different things like that and end up crazy. That's a lot of your homeless that you see that's out talking to the light pole. It's drug use that got them there. But they really are experiencing hallucinations. They really are visually and auditory. So it could be caused by a number of things. You could get hit in the head with a hammer and end up the same way. You could be exposed to a high amount of stress over and over and over and over and over again, and it could cause you to lose your sanity. I mean, I don't know, man. A lot of people are born with it and have had a history of mental illness since their infancy. So I don't know.
Yeah. Well, Kenzie says, of course you should, in regards to whether or not you should try to cure somebody with, that's criminally brain damaged. It is a trial for help others who aren't totally psychopaths. Yeah, I agree with that, but why don't we? Why don't we invest more into that in the prison system? And the prison system really should be investing in ways to cure criminals, to cure that type of behavior. To behavioral therapies, looking into demographics, looking into statistics, why people end up that way. They should have an army of therapists out there collecting stories and tying together similarity. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, they should be picking that apart, but they don't. They're looking for cheap labor, and Kamala Harris is locking up 24-year-old fathers for 10 years for a joint.
And the institutionalization is what causes a lot of this stuff too, because if you could catch it before they get into the system and they learn the rules, because that's one thing that they do. They pay attention to everything. That's one thing that they train you when you go work with them. They're like, know this about them. They may be sitting there watching TV, but they're listening to every little thing you say, where you go after work. They were like, you got to understand, you go home to your families and you go home, watch, do all this other stuff. These people are here all the time. The only thing they have is y'all. And if y'all don't think they pay attention to you, you think again. And I saw that. I mean, you could pull up in a new car and they'd be like, I like your car. And then that kind of give you a weird kind of like, how you're watching me through the window. Like, But my point was that they get it institutionalized, and you say we need to have these psychiatrists and therapists out there. So the ones that are faking, like the malingerers, they know if I do X, Y, and Z, I'll get a diagnosis of this. And, instead of spending the rest of my sentence in jail, I can go over here, which is basically a resort when it comes to compared to jail. For instance, these people, they know that if they maintain good behavior, they go 6 months without being aggressive, they could potentially receive what's called a green card, which means you get to walk around the campus. There's no fence around the campus. You get to walk around the campus. I caught one of them at the gas station one day. I was sitting in the parking lot. He came around the corner of the gas station about a half a mile from the facility and asked me for a cigarette. And I'm one of the employees on his ward. And I'm thinking, am I about to get stabbed if I say no? So like he just came from behind the dumpster. He knows who I am. He sees me every day. Like, is he going to kill me to keep me from calling? Like, that's immediately what's going through my head. So I just dialed 911 on my phone and gave him a cigarette and sat there and talked to him with 911 on the phone and asked him, like, what are you doing over here at the name of the gas station? And I'm like, ain't you supposed to be on campus at, the XYZ hospital? Like, so the operator could hear all this, and they swooped in and got him. But weird shit, man. Free range. It's kind of scary.
Well, but look, those are, you know what it is? I think it's like really brilliant people end up going the most crazy because they get the least amount of what they need to develop. So it's like the smarter you are, and then also, just people have bad environments in a lot of situations. Anyways, there's a lot of brilliant people that have good environments too. They just, you don't hear about them because they don't end up in nursing or in these types of facilities, and then they also aren't propped up in the news because we only get actors in the news, right? But you get what I'm saying. Like the people that end up in those homes are probably high IQ, low emotional intelligence types, and
some are
delusion and a whole range of mental.
Some are, and it is a spectrum, and like some are like borderline, like Downs, if not Downs. Like I've seen those there too. They were too much. They were too much for the family. Maybe the parents were elderly, and like the kid was hurting them, and they would have them checked in there.
Well, let's move on. Other people that belong in a place like that are people that believe in shit like this. Ice sheets in Greenland and Antarctica melting faster than previously thought, research shows from PBS. New research shows that the massive ice sheets at the top and bottom of our planet are shrinking much faster than previously thought. The international study compiled satellite measurements over time and depicts what one researcher described as a devastating trajectory. Williams Brangham discussed the implications of the analysts with Twila Moon of the National Snow and Ice Data Center. It's they're talking about how the global is warming,
right?
So all you heliocentrists out there better buy some tank tops and some shorts because you're gonna need it. Maybe some swim trunks.
Meanwhile, they're still financing beachfront properties. Kind of odd for a bank to do when it's going to be underwater in a few decades. I don't know.
Maybe they've all developed gills and are going to be mermaids. Mermen, sorry. Mer people? Meanwhile, in Oklahoma, breaking confirmed large and extremely violent tornado is on the ground. Cole, Oklahoma, the National Weather Service has issued a PDS tornado warning, meaning particularly dangerous situation as a confirmed large and extremely violent tornado is on the ground heading towards Cole, Goldsby, Washington, Noble, and Slaughterhouse, Oklahoma. This is a life-threatening situation. Take shelter now. An F5 is massive.
That's the biggest. Yeah.
Yeah. it's like miles. Like it's got to be at least a mile wide to be that.
Yeah.
An F5.
Mm-hmm.
That's
and
a
this
house.
was last night, by the way. Oh,
that's a freaking river.
Mm-hmm.
I live in Tornado Alley. I'm this type of sky I'm used to, but I haven't really this year or last year didn't get much of. I'm okay with that. Don't get me wrong.
You've never seen a tornado though?
Oh yeah. I've seen several. I was actually in a situation where we had what are they called now? I can't even remember now, but the little tails that come down before they become full tornadoes. We had like 8 or 9 of them around us, and we were driving to this place called the Elks Club because they had a basement.
Whoa.
Freakiest day of my life. The Elks Club guys were pretty cool though. They had a pool table, a moose on the wall.
That's wild.
But yeah, careful in Oklahoma.
Mumsy says, first time here, caught you on Just Max and had to add you to my watch list. Have a super, I can't say that. Help me out, Jay. Goddamn.
Super melagofluptious day.
She did that on purpose.
Supermelagaflopolis. Nice one.
Yeah. Anyways, good night.
Good night, man. Good night, Mumsy. Nice to meet you.
Yes.
See you later. There's somebody else too. Maticus is back. Nice to see you too. In the chat. 19 people watching on Rumble. Welcome everybody to the Erroneous Podcast.
I feel a little self-conscious because I had no idea where to even begin with that word.
Just dive in. Sound it out. You're too.
Good night. Good night.
You're going to bed. Oh,
yeah. Later, Jay.
I felt self-conscious. Good night now. I will be leaving.
What's up next?
I've lost my place.
What's
Washington State ice sheets. F5. Biden pledges $1 billion to UN climate fund. Another person that belongs in a home like we were discussing earlier. Biden tries to coax world leaders to further cut carbon emissions as he pledges $1 billion to United Nations climate fund. I'm not even going to read this. Oh, it's Bloomberg anyways, but Biden urges global carbon cuts. Pledges $1 billion of U.S. money.
I remembered. All right. So earlier we were talking about the $300 million that they just approved, and everybody's giving them a hard time when they try to approve any money, but they end up pushing a few million here and there through. Dude, I think they're using this money to fund like war. The UN climate change fund. Can we audit them?
No, because technically they're our global government, so they can audit us.
All right, so they're
because they think they're in charge.
They're raising billions and billions of dollars for the climate change scam, and they're also just stealing it from us via taxes to be able to funnel it through these different avenues, such as this climate change United Nations Club or whatever the fuck it was called. So what are they doing with the money?
I mean, that's a good point. Yeah. But like, look, they've given so many billions to Ukraine. $54 billion in total assets that have been given to Ukraine over the last year.
Right.
So, I mean, they've gotten their money either way, but you're right. It's another money laundering scheme, no doubt. Climate change initiatives in themselves. Like I said, I said this on Just Max podcast. They're going to be doing a thing where they turn the U.S. into basically a production factory for environmental globalist bullshit. All the products and services and windmills and whatever they need to gunk up the works. And they're not going to be using American citizens to run these factories. That's why they're bringing in all these illegal immigrants. The illegal immigrants are going to be running these factories for paper. And I don't know what we're going to be doing, y'all, but it's not going to be doing what we think we're going to be doing because we won't have an economy when all this rolls out. But we were talking on one podcast about, or 2 episodes ago, or 1 episode ago, where Biden's bringing manufacturing back to the U.S. after Obama sold it to China. And you're going, holy crap, what? And I was like, where's the other foot? Where's the other foot? Well, the other foot is it's all these environmental globalist initiative stuff, initiatives that he's rolling out. One, and then I was thinking about it. It's like, where are all these illegal immigrants? They're not all working construction jobs in South Texas.
No.
Where are they? There's supposedly well over 10 million illegal immigrants currently in this country that have come over the border in the past couple of years alone.
Well, I mean,
what are they? Where are they?
Yeah, I mean, they caught the Biden administration loading them on, probably with the amount of money that the government has given Southwest Airlines and everything they've been caught up with. It's probably on a Southwest flight. They caught that flight loaded with them heading to Nashville, and that's just one instance. And they were paying for
what's
hotels
in Nashville?
Temporarily until they can, get acclimated and, pay under the table, some little house. And I'm not being racist, but I see it. I know what they do.
It's not just Mexicans. There's all race. There's all types of people that aren't American citizens coming across the border right now. So don't worry about that.
Specifically with them, culturally, because they're smart when it comes to stacking money, they will all live in the same single wide mobile home, and there'll be 5 or 6 families in there. They don't care. The kids make
that is a really good point.
Kids make a pallet on the floor, air mattresses, the whole floor covered in just like sleeping arrangements when they want to break that out, and that's how they live. and they stack
And
their
they
money.
do work.
Yeah, they
And
work,
they will stack their money.
work their
and they will
ass
buy
off.
a business, and they will take over a corner, and then a street, and then they'll take over a city block, and then a neighborhood. And not that there's anything wrong with that, because that's the American, right? I mean, that's what it's supposed to be. You come here, you work hard, you build something. But legally, you have to go through the legal process. That's the thing.
Yeah, and pay your taxes.
So they're missing.
Just pay your taxes. Get eat shit like the rest of us.
We're paying to hotel these people. When's the last time you stayed at a nice hotel?
On the government's dime, never. Well, military.
Yeah, well,
but
when's the last time y'all at home have gotten a freebie from the government, or even just went out and enjoyed yourself because you had the time and the money to do something like that?
Never. I already told y'all my story. I'm pretty open with my situation, but in between, not my last job, but the job before that, I pulled out my retirement. They taxed the shit out of it, penalized you first of all. They penalize you for withdrawing it early. Y'all know this game.
30%.
Yeah, so you get heavily penalized, and I ended up, I don't know, 20, 25,000, something like that. I don't know. I was there for a few years. Then they tax the shit out of it after they penalize you for withdrawing it early. And then now, because that's included on the income that I made for that year, this is the first year in my life that I've ever owed taxes. So, you're just constantly fucked. So I was taxed when I made the money. I was taxed when I spent the money that I made. I was taxed when I withdrew the money. And now I'm taxed because I had the money.
Yeah.
I don't know, but at what point do we say enough is enough? And
51% rule, man. You got to get 51. You need 100. What is it? Hold on. I know the math. We need 150 million and 1 U.S. citizens to say enough is enough. And the IRS will say, okay, we understand. We'll fix it, and we'll all be good. So get those petitions going. 151 million.
Insane, man.
No, I don't know, man. I don't know when they stop with all this. They can't just because at what point is it just they just start giving us an allowance. We have to work. You got to work a job. You got to, but the money, you no longer the money just comes into them, and then they give us here's some bread. Here's money for bread. Here's money to pay your rent. Your shitty apartment.
They've got to Jay. He's promoting universal income.
No, I'm not promoting it. I'm
kidding.
I'm warning you that it's right there in front of us because they take everything in taxes anyways.
Right. So, as we discussed earlier, just shut up, get in your pod, in your 15-minute city, and enjoy your cricket bars and shut up, man.
It's Cricket Loaf.
Yeah, Cricket Loaf, yeah.
And I like the Southwestern Ranch.
You don't think they would come in something similar to a Nutri-Grain bar or one of those?
Yeah, it's a granola bar.
A granola. I'd probably rather have that than a loaf.
Well, but it's a granola bar, but it's kind of squishy, I bet.
Ugh.
And it smells of cricket.
In a nearby neighboring city, there's a store. And this is a posh type town. Tyler, Texas is a nice town. And it's surrounded by a lot of other nice stores that millions and millions of dollars if you wanted to own one of these properties. But they're selling bugs. That's it. They're selling bugs.
It's protein, man.
Bugs. And I'm talking about everything from bug candy to bug jerky. Whatever you want, they got soups. You can have it.
They're trying to normalize it.
And
they have been.
And what's weird is apparently it's like a trendy kind of expensive thing to do. And it's oh, you want to go try the bugs and pay, $8 for cricket loaf, and just to have that experience in our lives. Apparently,
I'll have the cricket loaf, please.
How do you talk another individual into even doing that or considering that at all?
Dude, but how do you talk somebody else into eating human flesh? Because that there's people in Hollywood that have had that conversation with their new friends, right? You meet a guy, you guys hit it off. Next thing you know, he's like, "Hey, you want to come over to my place and eat an arm?"
But that's different because I feel like they're being threatened.
No, well, no. Like, look, if you recount Isaac Cappy's recount of Seth Green, the way that he tried to sell that whole club that he was in to him was like, hey, we kind of do this thing. It's kind of cool. But it was definitely not cool. And then whenever Isaac was like, no, I'm not into that's when Seth Green started getting kind of pushy with him.
Well, and I would
threatening.
I would immediately know if I was, in the music industry or an acting guild or whatever. And, I was at one of those parties. I think we've even talked about this. It's been a long time ago, but I think I would just be quiet and observe and, try to like make some secret recordings. And, I mean, I'm not going to cause a scene. I'm not going to cause a scene and get murdered in the basement. Like, I'm going to fucking, play it smart and get out of there, like.
All right. Well, you just kind of back out slowly. You're like, I didn't know that this was that kind of thing, and then you leave.
See,
you leave the state.
You're a threat,
Hollywood was
dude.
A bad idea.
You caused the scene, man. They're good. You're going to get jumped in the
No,
parking lot.
I
Is all I'm
moonwalked the
saying.
fuck out of there. By the time they realize I'm gone, I'm already 3 states away. Let's do this best recap in history.
I think I'd like fake a seizure or something.
That's causing a scene.
Yeah, but they'd be like, "Oh, it's a real medical emergency." Like he's not. You get what I mean?
And they take you to their doctor deeper into their fortress. And you're never getting out of there once they realize you faked it.
Kinsey said cricket flower. Ugh.
Cricket flower, yummy. So I'm going to read off a list of years and a list of events real quick.
I'll be right back.
You motherfucker. 1966, oil gone in 10 years. 1967, dire famine forecast by 1975. 1968, overpopulation will spread worldwide. 1969, everyone will disappear in a cloud of blue steam by 1989. 1970, world will use up all of its natural resources by 2000. 1970, urban citizens will require gas masks by 1985. 1970, nitrogen buildup will make all land unusable. 1970, decaying pollution will kill all fish. 1970, killer bees. 1970, ice age by 2000. 1970, Americans subjected to water rationing by 1974. 1971, new ice age coming by 2020 or 2030. So, look out for that one. 1972, new ice age by 2070. We'll be dead by then, so it's fine. 1972, oil depleted in 20 years. 1974, space satellites show new ice age coming fast. Global warming took care of that. 1974, another ice age, ? 1974, ozone depletion, a great peril to life. 1976, scientist consensus, planet cooling, famine imminent. 1977, Department of Energy says oil will peak in 90s. 1978, no end in sight to 30-year cooling trend. 1980, acid rain kills life in lakes. 1980, peak oil in 2000. 1988, regional droughts that never happened in 1990. 1988, temperatures in DC will hit record highs. 1988, Maldives Islands will be underwater by 2018. They're not. 1989, rainy sea levels will obliterate nations if nothing is done by 2000. I guess something was done though, so that's good. 1989, New York City's West Side Highway underwater by 2019, and it's not. 1996, peak oil in 2020. 2000, children won't know what snow is, and that's technically true. The snow is fake, people. It's fake. It can burn. Apparently, it smells horrible from what I've heard. Just Mac was saying, but feminine 2020. Now we're getting into like years that we can remember. 2002, famine in 10 years if we don't give up eating fish, meat, and dairy. And we didn't. Peak oil in 2010, according to 2002. 2004, Britain will be Siberia by 2024. Got 2 years to go on that. 2005, Manhattan underwater by 2015. 2006, super hurricanes. 2008, Arctic will be ice-free by 2018. 2008, climate genius Al Gore predicted ice-free Arctic by 2013. 2009, climate genius Prince Charles says we have 90. I didn't know he was a climate genius too. Has 96 months to save world, and he did apparently. So Good for him. 2009 UK Prime Minister says 50 days to save the planet from catastrophe. Another win for us. 2009 climate genius Al Gore moves 2013 prediction of ice-free Arctic to 2014. 2013 Arctic ice-free by 2015. 2014, only 500 days before climate chaos. 2019, hey Greta, we need you to convince them it's really going to happen this time. And then we've gone into the Greta getting arrested saga.
Were they ever right when it came to climate?
Well, it seemed like, look, for one, Prince Charles needs a medal because apparently he saved the world. And there were a couple other people in here that I feel don't get any recognition for whatever they did to stop the catastrophe they predicted.
Mm-hmm.
But with a lot of close calls, we should really be patting ourselves on the back. I thought we were having it rough as a society, but I mean, look, we've dodged a lot of missiles in the last 40, 50 years.
Everybody says the podcast is all doom and gloom and like we never cover anything positive. Look at that shit.
There you go, guys. Every day's a gift.
Yeah. Anyways.
If you're not drowning right now, good for you.
I can.
You want to?
Yeah, I was about to say I can take some and show me where you're at. Okay, here we go. Biden says that if you don't think we have global warming, you need to travel to the fires with them or something like that. I don't know.
An invitation?
This is our commander in chief. Y'all check him out. Doing his thing. He said this today, I believe, or it was yesterday.
Major.
No, I'm sorry, it was the April the 19th, so it was yesterday.
And by the way, anybody who doesn't think we have global warming, hang out with me, man. Travel every major fire I've been to, you know. And by the way,
first of all, he's admitting to having a time machine because every fire. One, he's based. He likes to hang out with people that don't believe in climate change. Two, he's got a time machine. He's going to take us to all the cool fires that he's been through throughout the years. I like this guy. I'm switching sides.
Which one do you think this is? We need to put numbers on them. And we need to have a clear memory of who Biden 1 and Biden 2 and possibly Biden 3 is, so we can.
He's got the empty eyes.
Okay.
They're black pupils.
All right.
And the earlobes that are attached pretty fully to the side of the head.
Can we call like the Biden that we know from the 90s, Biden 1, this beady-eyed fella?
Beady eyes.
Yeah, let's call him Biden 2. And I'm sure there's a third one. Maybe we'll run across them tonight. I don't know.
Let's see.
But anyways, yeah, just travel to the fires with Biden and he'll prove to you that global warming is a real thing.
I cannot wait. How do you sign up for that? Is it like one of those things where it's a group tour? You get together with the news station and then they fly you out to Ireland? I'm assuming.
I'm not sure, dude. Look, ABC News explains cloud seeding. So something that at one time they covered for and said that it didn't exist. Apparently now they're explaining what it is. Let's check it out.
Colorado River, called the hardest working river in the United States, is in danger.
This is due to two causes: reductions in precipitation and increased air temperatures.
The river provides hydropower to 7 states, irrigation to more than 5 million acres of farmland, drinking water to 40 million Americans, and of course, the breathtaking whitewater rapids running through the Grand Canyon. All of it threatened by more than 2 decades in a mega drought. We can't just flip a switch like Colonel Joe Moore in Mad Max Fury Road. But we do have a superpower. Straight out of science fiction's X-Men: The Last Stand. It's called weather modification, or cloud seeding.
We can't create the cloud. There has to be an existing storm system.
We just give it a bump.
Yeah.
Garrett Kamens heads up one of the largest cloud seeding companies in the U.S.
Has the desperation in the mega drought made the interest in cloud seeding skyrocket?
Oh, definitely.
There are currently 42 cloud seeding projects across the American West, like this one in Utah, where they take planes like this with flares attached. They fly right into the storm and send microscopic particles into the cloud.
Particles that act like magnets for water droplets, bonding together until they are heavy enough to fall to the ground as rain or snow. At the University of Colorado, researchers are working on artificial intelligence to deploy cloud seeding drones.
And it's not just cloud seeding from the sky. There are hundreds of those things. That shack you see in the foreground is a ground-based cloud seeder. The little flame coming out is sending tiny silver iodide particles up into the sky. When a storm comes through, they go up to 2,000 feet above our head, into the storm, up those mountains, and make more snow than it naturally would.
While cloud seeding has been helping get every last drop out of some of the driest years on record, this past winter, Mother Nature came through. The Southern Rockies, which feed the Colorado River, got more than 4 times their average snow. But experts say it's still not enough.
As much as cloud seeding is a boost or a help, it's not a solution. The main solution is
conservation.
cloud seeding is most successful in wet years, so this was a huge winter for them. They actually stopped early because Mother Nature was giving up so much. Now, studies have shown that the environmental impacts from the silver iodide, on the current scale, there are no impacts to snow or rain also downstream, so it doesn't impact, the other weather. They do anticipate at least 200 more ground cloud seeders in the future, and the federal government has committed $2.6 million.
Blah, blah. All right, I've had enough of the propaganda. Yeah, y'all believe that? I didn't think so. Like, they're full of shit, man. I guarantee you, if they wouldn't have done those cloud seeding projects, there would have been no difference in the snow accumulation this year. It cycles, people.
They're turning the clouds gay.
Scientists that have been shunned out of the scientific community for pointing out the fact that they've altered the graphs. We pointed that out either last podcast or the podcast before. They get kicked out of their little club, and they can't write peer-reviewed journals and shit that scientists do when they go against the grain. And when it's kind of ironic, because that's what you're supposed to do in science, but unfortunately that's not what it is when it comes to state-funded science. Yeah. See where we're at. I keep losing my cursor. See, you do a great job with this. I never can see it. Anyways,
I just want to point out, I said they're turning the clouds gay, and nobody laughed. Feel a little weird about it now. But moving on.
All right, let's go out to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Y'all check this shit out. It says Philadelphia, Pennsylvania Target is literally turned into a zoo. One guy is having so much fun that he's riding a bicycle. Keep voting Democrat, and you'll have nothing. They're destroying America. It's kind of loud. Let me turn that down a bit. But yeah, I mean, we've been seeing more and more of this. There was another video, a new one that I saw today, of these women just walking into Bath and Body Works and just loading their bags up with candles and just walking out. And everybody just watched them do it and was like, have a good day. Nothing happened. Anyways, check this out.
Reminds me of Jumanji.
Be honest, Jay. What do you do? Let's just say you're shopping at Target, and all this just starts popping off around you. Do you make a swift exit? What do you do? What if you have a buggy? Hey, I'm gonna take advantage of this, or what do you do?
So if I'm there for something specific, I'm gonna make my way to the checkout as quickly as I can. Now, if the checkout's overrun at that point, I'm just going to walk out with it because it's a corporate store. They're obviously they have bigger problems, and I need whatever I'm there for. But if I'm just there buying, if I'm getting a TV, I'm going to leave the TV. I'll go somewhere else.
Right.
I'm not trying to deal with it. I'm not trying to deal with any of that, and I don't want to be a criminal either.
Right.
But if I'm there for toilet paper, right, I'm probably having an emergency. Usually I buy toilet paper way too late. So I'm leaving with it. I don't. What about you?
Man, I don't know. I think I'd probably be, I ain't gonna lie, I'd probably, because I just happen to lack, what's it called, melanin. I'd probably be looking for the door. I've got to get the hell out of here. Mama didn't raise no fool. I'm not a statistic today.
That cracker's there, just doing fine.
She thick though. You know that's what they all thinking. Anyways, hold on. Let's watch it. I'd like to point out that white guy that was running, like he's probably heading for the door, and you know he's a Democrat because he's got a COVID mask on. I wonder what he's thinking. Is he reevaluating his choices now, or is he taking up for him like the mayor of Chicago? We'll get into that in a minute.
Yeah, Jenny's got a good point. They're breaking stuff too. So not only are they stealing everything, but they're actively destroying property.
Yeah.
Like no fucks given.
Just dumb shit, man. Apparently they don't like khakis. That was the only
You wear those to job interviews. That's what you would wear to a job interview.
Only
they also left the
left
button-up shirts and the ties.
And the fucking work boots. Like
and the number 2 pencils.
It ain't funny, but it's funny. If you're gonna act a fool, we get to make fun of you.
Welcome, Amcreb. How you doing? I'm gonna call you Amcree. From Canada. Oh, Canada.
Damn.
So they wildin'. That's what they're calling it these days. That's what the cool kids are calling it. It's wild. Is it wildin'? I feel like you're not supposed to pronounce the D.
Wildin'.
It's wildin'.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry.
I've been working on my ebonics. I talk about it all the time. I watch a lot of like gang documentaries and stuff.
Like gang?
Like gang.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's lit.
Yeah. I feel like that I could decipher street code if I'm in Baltimore, Chicago, or Detroit. Like hand signals.
You're going to get stabbed. I went to a restaurant the other day and I pulled up to the window and they go, "You want lit sauce?" I said, "What?"
Did you get some?
Yeah,
I would have.
I did, but I looked at him like, don't call it that. Call it your special sauce, your house sauce. House sauce. Now that's a classy term. Would you like the house sauce, sir? Not, y'all, bro. You want it lit? No cap.
Okay. Anyways,
it took 45 minutes to get my food too. I burned a quarter tank of gas. That's probably part of the reason why I'm fucking millennials.
This happens to him all the time, y'all. Y'all don't even know how like often I'm at the site.
I find the bugs, even in real life. I find the bugs. If you have a business, I come around it. I'm going to find your bugs, and then when I point them out to you, you're going to call me an asshole. But then you're going to quietly fix them on the back end because you know I'm right.
I feel like they do this to you, and they target you now because I feel like
at worldwide network of people targeting me.
At one point,
that's why our show's not showing up live. It's because I chatted with Rumble earlier.
I told you to quit emailing them, man. Let me.
Oh my god! I'm changing my name. I'm moving. No, I am a magnet for bullshit, but it's generally comes by honestly. You know, nobody means to do it. I get it.
So
you just take one look at me and go, you get the snickle fritz.
Sometimes, like, well, I'll give him credit. This has been a while ago, and he hasn't had any outbursts that I know of lately. But like one time, I was talking to him on the phone, and he was like, "These motherfuckers! Like, I've been waiting."
Okay. Yeah.
And I was like, "Calm down! Don't say anything crazy."
It was worse than that. Okay, look, you know what? Moving on.
I just didn't want him to get his food spat in because I know how these people are. Like, I'm trying to look out for him.
To distract you from my autistic tantrums, I'm going to go into
You kind of cut out as a robot.
But dude, I'm a human.
No, your voice. I don't know.
I don't know. This doesn't need an introduction anyway.
What in the fuck is this, Jay?
I don't know. When I saw it, I was like, what the duck?
That ain't right, man.
No, it's not. It's not. That's probably duck abuse. You need to stop, lady.
Yes.
But Notice the color of her hair. Oh, and there's a child. Okay, that got disturbing real quick.
I'm not for this.
Why did she have Did she bring the duck? Did she bring the duck to the public square?
I don't ask
on
questions. All right, I don't know.
I feel like I'm driving again.
Don't quote me. You took over, man. You wanted to show this.
Well, no, you wanted to talk about my personal life. Click another link, asshole.
Anyways, news bloopers. Let's see. What do we got here? News bloopers are the best. When live TV goes wrong, y'all check it out. I'm sure this will be lit. Let's check it out.
Washington lowlands.
DD mega doo-doo. I'm sorry, Mangudu.
Play this, but then we got to go all the way back up at the top.
Oh, shit. I thought I saw your... Never mind.
I just pulled it.
Once it's turned on, the sign will spell out Deli Cat Essen.
Can you demonstrate for us what it's like to brush our teeth's pet just a little bit?
Certainly. It's going to be areas of drist and mizzle. Drist and, what am I saying here? Mist and drizzle. I literally combined both.
Here's some other great
I do that all the time.
Lititz.
Oh, it's Lidditz.
Just confirming the ground is now good to say. Oh, you've been joined by a beautiful lady. It's a man, actually, Derek.
I just kept hearing it. I'm ducking and everything. Died in the house. I got scared. I dropped my hot pocket.
Oh, shit.
Let's get excited about that 69. I mean, that's pretty good this time of year.
I wasn't ready for that.
I know you're excited about the win, but how about that 69?
No way. All right. Damn it.
Great. Hey, I put my mouse on the...
All right. Did we cover... We didn't play the Chicago mayor one, did we?
No, not yet.
No. So...
Well, we played one last week, though.
I think that they just announced today that they're closing... Walmart announced that they're going to be closing 4 Walmarts in Chicago because they're, quote, non-profitable. That was
2 weeks ago.
Right. So that... was it? Yeah, maybe I saw something like the 4th one announced. And
I see. Like they're actively, like it's happening.
Right. They this has been going on for weeks. They've been getting looted out there. But yeah, so just know that when you hear that, we're shutting down a Walmart because it's always profitable, right? You know, when people aren't, rummaging through the shelves and just leaving with items without paying, they're always profitable. But yeah, they're shutting down 4 in Chicago. Because they're not profitable, which is just code for, they're just coming in here and taking whatever the fuck they want. And then you got this mayor who took over after Lightfoot, who's taking up for him, which I knew that would happen. So more of the same out of Chicago, and it's going to continue to happen until they wisen up and take their city back. But y'all check this out. Here's the mayor, or the mayor select.
Demonizing children is wrong. We have to keep them safe as well. Have you ever taught middle school? I have. Have you ever raised young people? Do you understand the risk that young people take just because they're young? Do you know that home plate is at the bottom of my stairs? I found that out when my son was sliding down those stairs trying to score. They're young.
What the fuck does that
Sometimes
mean?
they make silly decisions.
He's saying that his son made a silly decision pretending that the home plate was at the bottom of the stairs. He slid down the stairs trying to justify, some innocent act from a child compared to what these thugs are doing out there.
Okay, but has he ever heard of a baby gate? He's a horrible father.
You're probably correct.
And he's excusing his own mistakes.
Right. Anyways.
They do. And so we have to make sure that we are investing young. Sometimes they make silly decisions. They do. And so we have to make sure that we are investing to make sure that young people know that they are supported. Look.
He said, and now my son's retarded and we got to get him a nurse. Fuck, man. They're just going to... it's a systemic problem, but it's not racism.
It is a problem. And like I said, there's no way that they're going to be able to deal with this until they... these people start getting charged, held accountable. And if you live in Chicago, I feel sorry for you because you probably describe it already as a shithole with high rent, extremely high rent, homeless everywhere, feces, needles in the street, shit like that, like your average democratic urban area. But yeah, it's only going to get worse because your lack of leadership that you have. That shit would not fly here at all.
No more grocery stores for you.
Notice how we get to keep our Walmarts open. Like, you don't see footage like this coming out of here. Like,
no, but in all fairness, if there was a mob of hoods, of hood people destroying the Walmarts, I'm not going to go stop them.
I'm not either. That's the job of law enforcement.
Like, well, there goes the Walmart.
But unfortunately, they're being told to stand down. And the DA isn't prosecuting. So, I mean, they know they can get away with it, and then there's nothing that they can do. So they're going to take advantage of it.
Are we even doing catch and release anymore? Or is it just forget about it?
Who the hell knows? Let's talk about a little Epstein news. So apparently, this is Tucker Carlson. Breaking news. Tucker is going after the deep state for covering up Jeffrey Epstein clients. Well, I hope he's not lying, but like I said at the first of this episode, I do not trust Fox News.
Yeah.
And we were calling out Tucker for not, releasing all the footage. And are we just going to forget about that? And then next year, about this time, we'll be, hey, you remember the footage? Like, whatever happened with that? Oh, yeah, it's buried in some, cabinet in Fox News. Anyways, let's see what he's got to say.
4 years since Jeffrey Epstein died in detention in New York City. It's very obvious he was killed. The more you look at the details, and we have, the more clear it is that somebody got inside the most secure federal lockup in our most populated city and murdered Jeffrey Epstein. But who? Well, the Department of Justice is in charge of finding out who, of course, and they say they have had an investigation for almost 4 years. Approaching.
So, Tucker Carlson's going to save us. Oh,
that
AMC Rebel SST. That's what that is. Okay, my bad.
No, it's just crazy how they also just settled. They fired Dan Bongino. They settled the lawsuit. They fired Dan. Before that, they had access to the January 6th footage, and now they're settling this in court with Dominion. Like, the secret is under lock and key at Fox News right now.
Mm-hmm. Murdoch is that the name of the guy that's running the show over there?
Rupert Murdoch. Rupert. Who named their kid Rupert?
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if there's any kind of connection to that Murdoch trial that was just recently in the news about the guy that murdered his wife and his kids and then tried to say that it was a gang related, I think. And then he ended up being all these financial scandals. He's about to go to more court for Rakita Law covered it. It was interesting to watch. And going to make some cheese on toast.
That
with some
sounds amazing.
poutine.
I like sometimes cheese toast just hitting. Like, and I like to cook, but sometimes. Okay, so I put mine in the toaster oven.
Yeah.
If you microwave it, it'll be all soggy and gross.
Yeah.
So yeah. Use a nice quality cheese. You toast it first, then add the cheese like the last couple minutes. Just let it melt.
It's like a grilled cheese, right? Just without butter.
Yeah. But it tastes different. I don't know. Try it.
I will.
I'm serious. Check this out. So, damn it. Oh, here I am. Let's transition into trans dude. Busted.
We saw the first video. Everybody's seen it. We're not going to play it. The guy's like basically trying to call to arms all the trans community. I think it's a play to try to get us scared to where we try to, like, not us, like, I'm not a part of anything, just for the record, but like just like the general public to be up in arms about this, and don't be, because again, I think it's dumb, but.
Right. So this, Kagan's Looking Glass on Twitter tweeted out, like we say, leave the kids alone as you don't want to mess with Mama Bear. Y'all check it out.
Seems like I pissed off a lot of fucking clowns here on TikTok.
Speaking of clowns, Thomas, can I call you Thomas or do you prefer Tommy? Well, Tommy, it wasn't hard to figure out who you were. You see, when you first started making all these crazy videos about threatening women and children and threatening anybody who would tell you that...
Wait, is she about to dox this dude?
I watched it. She didn't give out so much information, but you can stop it right there. She does like give out the police station numbers and all that stuff. But like she made a bunch of threats on TikTok, and they're turning him into the police, and the police are, according to her, not happy with him.
Right. If y'all want to see this, it's Trans Mama Bear. Is the account. Y'all can go check it out. I just don't know about terms of service, and if I don't know what she's gonna say.
That's fair. I just wanted to ask you what you thought about that, actually, because like from what she's saying, she's never like, well, you did this, this, and this. I found these police records. No, she's just like, I saw your TikTok, and then I also now it's like, and I know your name, and I know like, and she's like implying that she knows all this information about him. Like, there is a line there. Like, you don't just go after somebody. There's got to be something actionable, and just making TikTok videos is kind of lame, anyways.
Right. I feel like what's working right now, like, I think we should just continue to call this out for how ridiculous it is. We should make this individual, whether it be memeing them to death or whatever it is. I'm not calling for any violence against this individual, even though, they're talking about arming up and, all this dumb shit. He's not going to do anything. I'd be willing to bet. He's just some individual talking shit online who just happened to go viral.
It is insane that they are constantly saying like, we're coming after you because you're genociding us. We have to
They're convinced of it.
We have to arm up and get active as a defensive move. It's like, but nobody.
Right.
What demon is chasing you?
Like I said on Just Mac, like these people are what you would consider vulnerable in like the psychiatric world. Like they're delusional.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty fucking clear to see. They got something going on there. So I just feel like they're easily manipulated, and they would be an easy group of people to convince that the whole world's out to get you. And, it doesn't help that you got media like CNN, MSNBC, and stuff like that propagating that narrative. And they actually believe it, unfortunately.
Yeah, that is on the nose, unfortunately. But if the average normal person keeps their cool and just rides this out, this whole whatever weird civil war with the trans thing that they're trying to pull on us, it'll fizzle out, because other than some weird ass TikTokers, think about it like this, the amount of people that are making TikTok videos, even like 10% of them would actually be willing to be violent. It's not a big number. And even then, they're going to de-radicalize when they don't get any traction.
I agree.
Don't be so like, I'm by no means am I like taking up for any of that, but don't be so overtly like nasty towards anybody, really. I mean, we're past that as a society at this point. Either be clever or just shut the fuck up. I don't know. Right. Coming from me, that's a stretch, but
As fears of banking crisis surged, members of Congress sold their bank shares. We kind of touched on this earlier with, who was it? What was his name?
Goldman.
This may actually be talking about him again, or some more of them who got involved. So on March 10th, the fears were swirling over the health of the nation's bank and investment account belonging to the children of Representative Jared Moskowitz, a Democrat from Florida, sold shares of Seacoast Banking Corp worth $65,000 to $150,000. 2 days later, with the government working to control the crisis, Moskowitz said in a television interview that he had attended a bipartisan congressional briefing on the tumult. And on March 13th, as investigators fretted over the failure of Silicon Valley Bank and two other smaller banks, Seacoast Banking shares fell nearly 20%. A spokesperson for Moskowitz said in an email that the Seacoast share sales had been suggested by the congressman's financial advisor as means to diversify his young children's holdings. Moskowitz said that in the congressional briefing on the bank crisis had taken place just before the television interview and after the shares were sold. But the transaction was just one example of how members of Congress continue to buy and sell stocks and other financial assets in industries that intersect with their official duties. At least 8 members of Congress or close relatives sold shares of bank stocks in March, according to an analysis by Capital Trades, a project of the data firm 2IQ. A number that could rise in the coming days as lawmakers make additional disclosures of trades made last month. Although broadly legal, stock trading by members of Congress has become a flashpoint because lawmakers are sometimes privy to closely held information about the companies and industries that they oversee. Like I said before, they got to recuse themselves. There's no other way.
Well, yeah, I mean, they just should not be allowed to touch the stock market. There's no reason for them to even know. I can't think of a single reason for them to know what the price of any stock is while they're in office. It does nothing for their job to know what the price of Boeing is. They shouldn't be making legislation based on the price of a company's stock anyways. So They should have no business interacting with the stock market in any way, form, or fashion. Really, our government should have to all go live on a mountain for the entire term in isolation like monks and be completely cut off from the world other than what they bring in. And then that's how any information is updated at that place. That's the way our government should work.
Yeah. So they said that was just, they said that they're expected to see more than 8. So 8 total had, sold off banking shares who had knowledge to the events that were going to take place, and they're anticipating more. So we'll see what happens, and we'll keep y'all updated on that. But a lot of insider trading, a lot of sneaky shit going on.
Hopefully, a lot of jail time when this is all said and done.
I highly doubt it, but I'm rooting for it.
Yeah,
I'm with you. So, breaking: House Democrats threaten Twitter Files journalist with 5 years in prison. Okay, let's read about this.
Taibbi.
This is from. Whoa! No shit.
Yeah,
really?
This is after he left Twitter for Substack, and now he's being threatened with prison for that. I don't know exactly for what yet, but
wow, trending politics. Okay, so Democrat lawmakers are threatening to prosecute journalist Matt Taibbi with up to 5 years in prison for allegedly lying under oath to Congress. The accusations come after Taibbi accidentally testified that the Department of Homeland Security Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or the CISA, worked with the Election Integrity Partnership, or the IEP, on content moderation on Twitter. That's what I was talking about. That's what I was talking about earlier. So that's one of the big stories that came out of it. Matt, how do you say this? Mahdi? Is it Mahdi Hassan? I don't know. A journalist with MSNBC accused Taibbi of lying and claimed that the IEP only worked with the Center of Internet Security, it only worked with CIS, not CISA, that stands for agency. So they work for the Center for Internet Security, not the Center for Internet Security Agency.
That's 2 government agencies colluding together with a private company to spy on citizens. And she's like, but no, like, he's lying. It wasn't those 2 companies or those 2 agencies. It was those 2 agencies. So he's wrong. Sue him. Put him in jail.
According to Fang, is this Swalwell's woman? Like,
Fang? Are there 2 fangs or 1 fang?
Apparently there's multiple fangs, but I'm just trying to figure out what the crime is.
3 fangs?
According to Fang,
the crime is misstating an agency by 1 letter.
Yeah, I know. But these are the type of games you have to play at these little court proceedings. It's total bullshit, and I don't see where the charge would come from. But at the same time, our country has a history of locking up journalists when they expose the truth. How long has Assange been in?
Well,
a long time. What, 8 years now? Something like that.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the whole WikiLeaks thing. I think it was like 2012, so it'd be That'd be 11 years if that's
Damn,
true.
dude. In isolation. Holy shit. Anyways, so according to Fang, IEP had the internal ticketing system to flag content for censorship to Twitter and an internal messaging system to alert both CIS and CISA. DHS and CISA elevated the EIP flag tweets for Twitter. Furthermore, IEP's annual report clearly states that the group was founded in consultation with CISA and the Department of Homeland Security and IEP's director, as stated in the CISA DHS, was their main government partner. The CIS is a company that works with the Department of Homeland Security. CISA is part of Department of Homeland. I can't take any more of this.
Yeah,
dumb shit.
no, we're done. But look, nobody knows who that Democrat is. Nobody knows who she is. She's going to threaten him with 5 years for misstating a tweet. I bet you anything, Taibbi got that in the mail and laughed about it. I bet you anything. I might be wrong. Maybe he's actually going to end up going to jail. Wow. But it's more likely that this is just like they're just taking a limp-wristed swing at him.
But and I know you've already said it, Jay, but like everybody out there in the audience, just realize how dumb this is. So the CISA works under the Department of Homeland Security. CIS is a company that works with the Department of Homeland Security.
Yeah, you don't know the difference?
No.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
It's chain of command, pecking order.
Okay, then. And this is the dumb shit that they put out that they get the public to believe. The sheep that are still out there, it's sad. But they'll read that and be totally okay with those words. I don't know.
5 years in jail for a tweet.
Insane. Anyways, y'all check this out. So, okay, so this isn't the representative from Louisiana, but we'll get to him next regarding this case. So Marshall introduces a vote of no confidence resolution for how do you say this? Mayorkas. Okay. So Senator Roger Marshall, Republican out of Kansas, on Thursday introduced a vote of no confidence resolution for Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. It's first short in the Senate mirror impeachment efforts for percolating in the House. What the hell does that mean?
Like coffee percolates?
That's what I'm thinking of. Anyways, so it doesn't make sense. The resolution comes after Marshall said during an exchange with Mayorkas in a Senate appearance on Tuesday that the secretary was derelict in his duties, and I would be derelict to not do something about this, says Marshall. The 9-page resolution lays out a series of complaints about the state of the border, blaming Mayorkas for everything from increased migration, including attempts to clear a camp of some 15,000 Haitians near the Texas border, to drug flows and overdoses. We've been covering the whole fentanyl, epidemic going on in the country. It's all coming in through the southern border plus various other, bad things. There isn't one America who believes our southern border is secure, Marshall said in a release. In the real world, if you fail at your job, you get fired. The federal government should be no different. And as I stated before, I love this dude, man. I'm becoming a Clay Higgins fan. I've seen him in 2 clips so far, and
that's how they get you.
He just seems like a cool dude, but I'll keep my eye on him. But y'all check him out. This is him grilling Mayorkas.
In your testimony today regarding operational control.
Oh, this guy.
Of the southern border, which by any reasonable man's definition has certainly been lost. You're standing on a word in the legislation that gave birth to the specific law saying all illegal crossings and no one's ever. We'll take a drip. America be okay with that. Which you and your execution of your inaugurated president's policy have given America is a flood. We've identified over 11 laws that you violated. Some of the most egregious, the Secure Fence Act, 2006, concerning operational control. Immigration Nationalization Act 236, Section C, 8, U.S. Code 1226, concerning detention. INA 241, Section A, 2, U.S. Code 8, 1231, concerning detention.
Fucking lawyers, man. I feel like this guy just intimidated the jury, when he was like a jury, lawyer to like do whatever he says. Like, I don't even care. Like,
buy his chicken.
Right.
Immigration and Nationalization Act, Section D, 5, Alpha, 8 U.S. Code 1182, concerning parole. We've given you ample opportunity to seek some sort of honorable exit from your executive position, sir. We take no pleasure in witnessing you dismantle yourself as a fellow American before the whole country. Your legacy, millions of illegals enter our country, millions under your watch, loss of operational control of our border, aligning DHS policy as an asset to Mexican cartel drug and human trafficking, the disintegration of our national sovereignty, destruction of countless thousands of Texas family lives, overwhelming crime waves sweeping across our country, over 1 million criminal runners you call gotaways flooding into America, many carrying backpacks loaded with deadly fentanyl and meth, or herding teenage girls into prostitution, sex slave networks across America. 225,000 Americans dead from Mexican cartel drug overdose since you took office 2 years ago. You and your inaugurated president, but mostly you, sir, because you have your whole mind about you. And you have a highly decorated background.
Damn, hold on. Did you hear what he just said? He said, because you have your whole mind about you, implying that Biden absolutely does not have his whole mind about him. That was an undercut.
Yeah.
Sorry. That was nasty.
It was.
You're supposed to be the expert. You, sir, are the Secretary of Homeland Security who has failed in your sworn oath to protect our nation from invasion. You had an obligation to execute the president's policies or advise the president if his policies were bringing injury to America. Ultimately, your oath requires you to secure our nation's sovereign border with Mexico and do anything necessary to stop the Mexican cartels from trafficking endless wave upon human wave of illegals into America, along with miserable death, unspeakable grief, graveyards filled from sea to shining sea with the bodies of American sons and daughters dead from fentanyl. You've brought generational trauma upon our country. I believe history will witness your era of service as a transitional time in our country. Well, what was America like before Secretary Mayorkas, and what was America like after him?
Damn. Brutal.
Stunning that you could sit there and smugly grin as if you've not miserably failed your country. We could give you money to hire 1,000.
I want to see his face right now. I wish they would like pan over to him. Like, what is he looking like?
New border agents. Nobody wants to work for you. They're coming forth. We can't keep up with the whistleblowers that are coming to testify against your command.
Whoa.
We could give you money to deploy all sorts of new technology. I have evidence in my file that you've given command to not deploy technology that you currently have because it interfered with the cartel's business model.
Wow.
We're done with your lies to America.
Yes, sir.
It's shameful what you brought upon our country.
Hey, in light of the date, who's worse, Mayorkas or Hitler?
I don't want to get into that debate. I don't want to. No,
it's looking like a close,
yeah, but it's
neck
close.
and neck, right?
I don't know the
Holocaust and Holocaust.
True.
I probably shouldn't go there, but still, apparently this guy has done a lot of damage to our country. At least Higgins thinks so. Where do you sit?
I could. I sit if I was, and that's pretty much. Well, I think there's like a couple seconds less. I think he asked him to resign, and then I'll follow
Chairman,
up.
I have no interest in asking the secretary any questions. He obfuscates and lies.
Mr. Chairman,
I yield.
That was even better. Like he's supposed to question him with his, time. I have no desire to question him. He lies.
The devil comes out of his mouth.
Anyways, my thoughts on it, like he pointed out, I think he said 250,000 deaths since he took office. And then he pointed out things like that he had in the file. Apparently, they have evidence of him not deploying equipment, which he says is necessary to keep the border secure, meaning the current secretary. So indirectly, the blood is on his hands, and I don't know how these people sleep at night, man. I really don't.
He's apparently sitting in there smirking at the dude while he's laying out his list of offenses, and they're pretty grievous offenses. I think so as an American citizen. I'm pretty grieved. I feel a little grieved by all this.
Yeah. A little comic relief. Fetterman, he chaired up a subcommittee today. Y'all check out. I don't know what committee it was. I probably should have looked that up, but this is from Greg Price over on Twitter. But here he goes. Here he is in action.
In action.
I call to this hearing of the U.S. Senate Subcommittee on Food and Nutrition, Specialty Crops, Organics, and Research to order. Chairwoman Stabenow. And
notice how they're talking to him like some elderly, like 90-year-old in the nursing home. They're like, "Good morning." They got that like weird thing with it. You know what I'm talking about? Like, you know how you do that?
Slow and easy.
Anyway,
just the basics.
I'll point out this other lady who looks, she's got to be a Democrat, but she just looks so inspired by this. I'll point her out in a minute.
Thank you so much for coming.
This guy in the back, he's trying to hold it together.
I look forward to working with you to pass a farm bill. A farm bill that works for small farmers, rural communities, and hungry Americans. I would also like to thank my ranking member, Senator Braun. I look forward to working closely with you. SNAP is one of the most effective programs to fight hunger.
It gets way better. Wait for it.
And poverty in the country. In my time in IFAS, as the mayor of Braddock to lieutenant governor to now, I have heard from Pennsylvanians about their support for a SNAP. Hunger
He's texting somebody on the other side of the room.
Or a Democrat issue. It's all of our issue that we have to take it on.
He acknowledged something to the person next to him, so that must have been who he was texting. Watch. Yep. Wonder what they said.
We need to come together and stop playing political games with Americans' access to food. Americans like Corey Jor from the town of Northeast in Pennsylvania.
Look at his face. He's like, "Oh my God, here he goes."
Panic. It's pure panic. He doesn't know
that his victim was skimming.
Oh God, the shot's wearing off.
Money, and he relied from its SNAP EBT. Mr. Jor is not the first Pennsylvanian I've heard this from. I fear he won't be the last. And I will work in this farm bill to modernize SNAP to work to recipients in the 21st century. I look forward
this is such an awkward room.
to hearing from you and witness on this nutrition assistance on the Farm
Please
Bill.
clap.
And I will now turn to Senator Braun for any opening comments that he would like to make.
Okay, there you go. So he's back. Have anything to add, Jay, about that?
No, I wish I could subtract a few things. It is what it is. I love the guy in the back, though. That was hilarious. The panic on his face. And it looked like he was mouthing, like he had memorized it.
It could have been the speechwriter or whatever he's reading there.
He had gauges in his ear.
I noticed that. So, despite all the negative press, despite the indictments, despite, witch hunts and Russiagates and all that bullshit, he's surging in the polls. Despite Soros backing DeSantis and them trying to prop him up. This is according to Newsweek. Let's check it out. So a new poll shows former President Donald Trump leading President Joe Biden in a hypothetical 2024 head-to-head matchup. So that's him with Biden. So Trump leads Biden 44% to 42% in the premise poll, while the former president has a 22-point lead in the theoretical GOP presidential race. A 22-point lead is incredibly massive when it comes to an election, folks.
Yeah, but they don't mention that it's like 22% for I'm thinking DeSantis, but Trump's at like 54%.
Right. And that's just 22 points ahead in the polls. So, huge. I don't know how many people have officially announced that they're running. This is kind of crazy. I should have added it, but so apparently, Tiger King's put his 2024 bid in. That should make things interesting. He's going to run his campaign out of a jail cell.
Look, I put in a tab for election. We need to start putting all of the election stuff into that group because we need to start following it that way because you're right. I've been ignoring the Tiger King thing because it's ridiculous, but he's on the ballot. JFK Jr. is on the ballot. Joe Biden's on the ballot. DeSantis is on the ballot. Trump is on the ballot. Who's that one chick that's on the ballot? The Republican lady that's going to get torn apart, figuratively.
I know who you're talking about. I see her face right now. If it comes to me, I'll say it.
I want to say Chatter for some reason. I don't think that's right. But see, she's not even rememberable.
No,
but so we that. That's just a few of the people.
It's the chick who said Biden can't run because he's too old. She was trying to push the whole, we need to get these 80-plus-year-olds out. But it was really a jab at Trump as well because he's the same age. Shit, I don't know, man. Trump's going to win the Republican nominee. DeSantis has no chance, period. We're calling it. I feel confident enough with Jay's opinion, on it. He's calling it too. This shit's not going to happen. Unless something crazy happens that's illegal. I don't know. But, fuck, where am I? I lost the spot.
I think we are right here. Trump dominating Republican polls. Blinken, Biden administration. You're right here.
The Hunter laptop. Okay, so breaking testimony reveals Secretary Blinken and Biden campaign were behind the infamous public statement from the former intel officials on the Hunter Biden laptop. Jim Jordan and Republican Mike Turner, reveal huge news here. Let's break this down. So this is addressed to the Honorable Anthony Blinken over in the Department of State. It says, Dear Blinken, I'm not going to read all this, but we'll touch on it. So the Committee on the Judiciary and the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence are conducting oversight of federal law enforcement and intelligence matters within our respective jurisdictions. We're examining the origins of the infamous public statement signed by 51 former intelligence officials that falsely discredited the New York Post story, which got them banned on Twitter. Y'all remember that whole ordeal, which we talked about earlier with the Hunter Biden story, which that's going to get interesting. So I'm sure this is a subpoena. They're going to want all records within 5 days of the article on November. Let me go over to the ending, which is pretty much generally the summary, or are they just questioning? Yeah, so they want documents. So they want identify all people to whom you communicated about the inception, drafting, editing, signing, publishing, or promotion of the public statement, meaning the 51 senators that signed on to this, saying that they had, whatever intelligence to support the false claim that the Hunter Biden laptop story was Russian disinfo. And two, they want to produce all documents and communications referring or relating to public statement on the Hunter Biden emails dated October the 19th, 2020, sent or received between October 14th and 2020 and November 24th, 2020. Jim Jordan just recently was under fire for sending the same thing to the Manhattan DA office. We want everything you got. And of course, the Manhattan DA, there's a huge legal fight there now over the documents from the DA's office regarding the indictment. They're saying that Congress, meaning Jim Jordan and whoever was with him on that helped draft, that this is all politically motivated, and it's because they're, in a sense, targeting, and they are targeting, Trump.
Okay, but the allegations here are that Blinken and the Biden administration both shaped the narrative and gave it to the Judiciary Committee as a public statement to make to the public, so to give us their ruling on what they decided about this laptop during an election year. And that ruling was, in spite of all the evidence, there's nothing going on here and you're all crazy. That was that was essentially the statement. And now they're going, no, we want to see all the communications. You're right. This could get real spicy really fast, because everybody that kind of colluded in lying to the public surrounding these crimes, and keep in mind, most of these crimes are pretty horrific crimes. If you believe anything you've heard about this laptop, this supposed laptop.
I feel like our viewers are aware of that.
Yeah, right. Well, but but even then, even I have my. It's how bad is it really? But obviously there's crimes on there, right? And the crimes need to be, everybody would be implicated. That's insane. You want to talk about resetting the government? What if all of our congressmen and women go to jail?
That would be
over a laptop.
Yeah, insane. And then we still haven't seen the other laptop. We haven't seen Anthony Weiner's laptop. Let's not forget.
You haven't seen the Wiener?
No. Involved too. What Uma?
Mm-hmm.
How you say it? Right?
Aberdeen. Yeah.
Which is, everybody knows it, Hillary Clinton's lesbian lover. Let's just be real here. Okay. So what's on the damn laptop? Anyways, we already got their emails. I was looking at some old WikiLeaks stuff today. Hillary, all right, since this came up, why the hell was Ben Affleck on these emails? You know anything about this?
Yeah, I'd forgotten about that though. He was doing charity stuff.
Oh,
him and who's the other guy? Who's the other guy that was in Good Will Hunting? Matt Damon. They do a lot of shit. But look, they're all tied. Look, the politicians are ugly celebrities. So whether they're celebrities or politicians, they're all of the same ilk, and they're all tied in together. So I'm surprised. Look, if we actually dug through those emails, I bet there's all kinds of celebrities and political figures and all, and they're probably like they misspelled a lot of people's names on purpose. There's code words and
yeah. This email, y'all can look it up for yourself, but it was Hillary Clinton emailing Obama. These are all verified emails too. Like we're not even discussing whether or not they're real or not. That's confirmed. Like we're way past that. So anyways, it's worded something like this. I thought that y'all would be a little bit more careful when doing this at the White House. We agreed to the hot dogs, but you need to be a little more careful and And then there was something else that was cryptic, but that's almost verbatim.
And then the FBI actually released the list of code words. So it's like the FBI is like telling us, yeah, like, those emails are coded and here's the key. But no, they're not. They're not actually talking about what you think they're talking about. You're crazy. Again, here's the truth. Oh, you believe it? You're crazy.
So someone who thinks that people like us are crazy because we're calling out, and by the way, multiple emails. And then, on top of that, you got them doing spirit cooking, dinners with Podesta and all this weird shit. We already know. Okay, moving on. Back to the Hillary thing. If we know that the FBI put out something showing you all the images, showing you all the code words, showing you all that stuff, if you know that, then you know that the emails are true, and you still consider people like us crazy. Shouldn't you still ask what they're talking about? Because they're not talking about hot dogs.
$60,000 is a lot of money to spend on hot dogs for a middle of the night party.
And why should you have to be careful when eating hot dogs at the White House? She was like, y'all need to be a little bit more careful. I know we, agreed that the hot dogs could come to the White House, but, be a little bit more careful next time. This doesn't look good.
Condiments everywhere.
Jesus Christ. Anyways, that whole shit just kind of gets me a little, I don't know.
Me too. And then there's a podcast that covers this kid that disappeared, and he showed back up at his mom's house talking about how he'd been held captive at the White House, and he was giving blowjobs to all kinds of figures, and he came by just to say hi to her and let her know that he was okay, but he had to go again and don't let anybody know that he was there, and he disappeared again. And they made this whole podcast following the story and the legend, the lore, all of it about it. And a lot of it, like, even back when I wasn't into the conspiracies and like I didn't know about, the Haiti stuff and all that, I still was like, it feels like there's a grain of truth to this. It just felt really real. And even now more than ever, it's like, yeah, that definitely happened.
We'll set, maybe we'll pull something together and like schedule a day to like really break this down. Cause, it all goes kind of back to that. And once you know that, and I feel like the majority of people do know, but there's still some that would still look at you like, what? I've never heard that before ever. And what are you talking about? It's kind of different when you just read it for yourself. Like something's going on there. And when you have email after email after email, it's just gross. Anyways, where am I at here?
We are at House Republicans pass bill to ban transgender women, girls from school sports. That's nationwide. But, of course,
it'll never pass in the Senate, unfortunately. And if it does, Biden would just veto it. But it's a step in the right direction, and it draws attention to this issue. House Republicans pass a bill to ban transgender women, girls from school sports teams. House Republicans on Thursday passed a bill that seeks to prohibit transgender women and girls from participating in female athletic programs. Moving to the national stage, an issue that has thus far mainly played out in state legislatures and individual sports associations. The legislation titled the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act and sponsored by Representative Greg Steube, and it passed the party line 219 to 203 vote. And it is the first standalone bill to restrict the rights of transgender people considered in the House. This is why you don't, and I think this is why you don't allow men and women's sports. This is just one example. Check this shit out.
Oh, fucking hey.
Damn. Nose broke.
I hope he pays for her plastic surgery because she's gonna need it.
Damn. Look at the height. Insane. So yeah.
As a picture of a man. That's sad, though. That's sad that that's happening.
It really is. So Mexican president says that the U.S. is suffering from moral decay. I agree. It's weird how like Mexico's kind of turning on us, even though like they're getting a really good deal. Like all these immigrants are, you know.
Yeah, well, it's also sad when even Mexico's like, hey, we don't fuck with those guys.
Exactly.
Those guys are weird. They have fucked up values.
Mexico president says the U.S. is suffering from moral decay, according to AOL. Is this like the AOL? I didn't even know that was a thing anymore. Their logo
America
changed.
Online?
Right. This is AOL.com.
Or is it AOI?
It's probably AOI. Clever. I see what they did. Mexico's leader has some advice for the United States. Take better care of your kids. Try more hugs. Cut down on drugs and guns. Keep your cops, troops, and spies off our turf. And leave Donald Trump alone.
Holy cow. Wow. That's okay. That's a cool, but even Mexico is telling us to start hugging our kids more. That's crazy. And then two, they're telling us to get another country like Turkey saying, get your freaking spies off of our land. Stop fucking with us.
Right. Those are some of the latest musings from Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, who in recent weeks has been on a tear about the state of affairs north of the border. His riffs on the United States have veered from a bellicose, what is that? I don't know, to a bizarre and barrage of muted threats, stern counsel, and sociological pseudo-analysis decrying that he views as moral decay. The bombast would seem fit for any enemy, not an ally that shares a 2,000-mile border and close economic, social, cultural ties. Let's get down to his quote. So, I'm glad that the president puts gringos in their place, at Arturo Robles, 51. So this is a Mexican citizen, a flower vendor in Mexico City.
We're being taken to task by a flower vendor.
Yes. He's talking about the Mexican president said that I'm glad that the president puts the gringos in their place.
Our dollar can still buy like 1 billion of your pesos, asshole. And I'm getting offended.
It's not fair when the gringos say it's all our fault. They are the drug addicts. The man's got a point, you know.
Whoa. Whoa. Flower vendor or monk?
Right? Opponents of the president say that he is simply trying to create a distraction from his failures domestically. Quote, this is an opposer of the president of Mexico, says the president has gone into his usual mode of anti-Americanism, of finger-pointing and trying to deflect blame, said Arturo Cercuron, who served as ambassador to Washington during the presidency of Felipe Calderon, a bitter rival of Lopez. I'm butchering these names. I know it. Y'all bear with me. I don't know this guy. The week Lopez Obrador accused Washington of abusive, meddling, and vulgar after the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration boasted that it had infiltrated the Sinaloa cartel. Oh, they're pissed off about that, too. The notorious drug trafficking syndicate once headed by El Chapo Guzman. The DEA apparently hadn't bothered to notify the Mexican authorities, and the Mexican president called it espionage.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can't just operate in a foreign land without permission like that. It's insane. That's the official. It's an official agent. Well, no, I mean, it's I don't know. Did you say what agency was it? The CIA
that got El Chapo's son recently?
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It was the drug, the
DEA. Yeah.
That is an official government agency that was operating in Mexico without a license.
Well,
can our country knock it off?
Unfortunately, the DEA, the agency that's supposed to be preventing drug trade across the border, are actively participating in it. Yeah. So that's where we are as a country.
How did they get that messed up?
Well, I mean, I get it starts at the bottom. You pay off a few officers, work up your way. And when the cartel is one of the most profitable organizations on the planet, or up there, way up there, you end up with bought off politicians and CIA assets and all kind of shit that secures that dope money. Don't think that these people ain't getting kickbacks in some sort of way, even if it's not coming from the cartel itself. They make money when it comes over here, just off of arresting you with a dime bag. Yeah, it's fucked.
I just think it's funny that the agency that's supposed to prevent all of this is now the agency that's responsible for it. And then so
Right.
they are their own enemy. Like, they need to stop themselves. Every single one of them should put handcuffs on their own wrist and just walk themselves to jail, and problem solved. The pipeline
Right.
is officially cut off.
That's the problem. Like, that it incentivizes governments to allow the crime to keep their agency in business. Because imagine in a perfect world tomorrow, let's just say we could snap our fingers and all is well. All these agencies go because we don't need them anymore. We don't need a DEA. We don't need an FBI. We don't need a CIA. We don't need anything. So let's say it's a slow month. I feel like they create things to do, just in order to get funding, look at what we did. That type of shit.
Yeah, we need to quit interfering with other people's countries. Other than we should probably correct a lot of the damage that we've done in everybody's countries so that they can actually get off on a good foot and develop into good countries, and then we don't mess with them and we kind of just do our own thing. Polite trade, things that are above board, those are fine. But no more subversive espionage type stuff.
Let's go out to the White House press secretary. This is from Dinesh D'Souza. Says lying with a straight face comes naturally to KJP. The technique she seems to have learned from the crime syndicate boss Joe Biden. Let's check her out. So, according to townhall.com, she claims that it is illegal for gay teachers in Florida to have pictures of their spouses on their desk. Let's see.
I also want to say a word about the decision yesterday made by the Florida Board of Education to expand the state's dystopian Don't Say Gay law. As this measure takes effect, it will prohibit all students up to seniors in high school from learning about or discussing LGBTQI+ people in the classrooms. Teachers in Florida have already faced the devastating consequences of the existing law. Under threat of having their licenses revoked, gay teachers have been forced to take down pictures of their spouses from their desks and censor their classroom materials. Censoring our classes is not how public education is supposed to work in a free country. Conservative politicians love to complain about the so-called cancel culture, all while threatening teachers with losing their jobs if they teach something that the MAGA extremists don't agree with. I also want to say a word about the decision.
What do you think about that?
I think she needs to go back and hang out with the rest of the Garbage Pail Kids. I mean, she made that up. But hey, welcome, Bruno. How are you doing tonight? Nicole's here too. Good to see you.
Yeah, what's up, y'all?
They're lying. It's like, now do the Patriot Act. If you're gonna break down bills and acts and whatnot.
Right. So they exaggerate this shit like to the extreme and get their base to believe this as if it's like really happening.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Just more of the same.
Well, look, trans genocide.
Right.
This has consequences. If people are buying into it, it has consequences, and they need to. It's negligible. If this wasn't a banana republic, some of these people might go to jail or something, or just I don't care what. I'm not about the retribution. Whatever. Just get out of the public view and stop harassing everybody.
Right.
You know what I mean? Go live on an island. You're rich.
So we got a few more articles left. JFK Jr. Today announced his presidential bid. Let's hear him. I don't know where he's at. Maybe Massachusetts. I think that's where them Kennedys are at. But let's check it out.
This is what happens when you censor somebody for 18 years. I got a lot to talk about. They shouldn't have shut me up that long, because now I'm going to really let loose on them for the next 18 months. They're going to hear a lot from me.
What if that's their dark horse, dude?
No, dude.
No,
that's our dark horse.
You think?
He has been on the right side of every single. My right side, right? Okay, like being biased, like the side that all of the points that I like, all of the sides I take on all of the things that have come up over the last. He's been on those, even more than Trump. I'm more Kennedy than but I think I get what's going on here, and what I think is happening. And this is just a theory, is that the RFK is going to take the Democratic nomination from Biden. Shore that up. The only competition that's left at that point is Trump DeSantis, which it looks like they're beating DeSantis early. We might honestly be looking at a situation where it's Trump Kennedy running like the country.
So the Democrats are calling him a far right extremist.
Kennedy?
Yeah.
That's good. His policies aren't.
My concern is, can he why didn't he run as a Republican, or an independent or something? Can he?
Because they have to get the nomination away from Biden. So because you can't cheat with that party if there's no party. And then you also can't cheat the Republican Party because you can only have one Republican nominee.
Right.
So what are they going to do? Bring in an independent and they're going to steal the House?
I see the play. My concern is I just don't know if he'll get the votes because they're crazy.
You're right.
They're already pushing that he's a far right radical.
Plus, they have their dark horse, in my opinion, is that one lady that we keep skirting over.
Yeah. This was really fucking weird, dude. I don't know if this is real, but it's from Nicola 3. He's got 200,000, followers. Apparently this video went viral a few days ago, but this is some weird shit. I don't know. Is it real? Is it not? Check it out for yourself. This is a gentleman. Well, it'll explain it.
Hey guys, you gotta check this out. Okay, this guy is literally inside a cemetery with a Tesla, and his radar is showing kids and people nearby walking and riding bikes, playing and stuff, as if he's driving through a park. Is this the Cove IDs on the dead bodies that didn't get cremated?
The people moving around? That wouldn't make any sense. They're moving around.
Well, I don't know if it's a glitchy type thing, and this video could be fake. I'm just showing, and
I ghost, I believe it.
I don't have familiar with Tesla, but maybe it just generates some little automated thing when there's a person. It may not accurately be them moving. You know what I mean? It's just some placeholder for there's a person here. I was thinking possibly that could be something going on, and there's none in the road. I think at one point one glitches into the road, then automatically glitches back to where it was. But just check it out. I feel like this will be easily debunked. Everybody with a Tesla who sees this are like, fuck that. I'm going to the cemetery tomorrow to test this shit out. And we'll have some either debunking videos or more videos to validate this. I don't know. But it's weird.
What it looks like to me is somebody is parked next to a park and they just fast forwarded some kind of recording of. I don't even know, because it's weird that they look like people, but it's not that. It makes me think it's the people's bodies, but you're right. It's probably just some kind of little graphic or icon that's used to represent a person.
And it had no community notes, which I thought was odd, from this huge Twitter account.
That is odd.
It got almost 1,000 bookmarks. Twitter's tracking that now. Tons of retweets, likes. I don't know. Just weird. And it was uploaded today. So we'll keep y'all informed. I don't know. Anyways. Oh, this is pretty funny here. So this drunk dude, I don't know where this is. It doesn't say. Some third world shithole, though. Look. Boom. Let's watch it one more time. Damn.
Right in the sweet spot.
Got him. Yeah, it looked like he was intoxicated, just acting a damn fool. Let's watch this home invasion. So this says scholars face white privilege. Did the homeowner watch too much Fox News? Y'all check it out. I haven't seen this. Oh, yes, I did.
Bitch, you don't even remember. You don't even know who this is. This came, bitch. Oh, God, I bet I ain't see your ass. Oh, God.
Look at him looking in the house and shit. Like, that dude that opened the door already knew. All right, it's time to go. They're lucky they ain't dead, and I have no sympathy for them.
Fucking idiots.
Yeah. I still don't know, because I read a little bit of that story. They said that the guy that opened the door ran back to his bedroom, grabbed his AK. So these kids, I guess, came up there unarmed because they never did pull a weapon, but who cares?
They were like, there was a guy in front of the guy that walked up to the door that we didn't see because 3 guys ran off, but there were only 2 in the camera view. But they were trying to get in the house, and he was talking to him through the doorbell, trying to act like he was all friendly with them to get them to open the door. And as soon as the door cracked open, they rushed in, and then that's when they rushed out because so the guy went to get the gun and then opened the door because he's like, well, if you're gonna come in anyways, might as well let you in. Which is
right.
Catch them by surprise. Always keep them guessing. Keep them on their toes.
Y'all check this out. This is it doesn't say where, but y'all check it out.
Walks out with everything? Hey, bro, you just walk out with everything like that? Huh?
So much.
You just walk out with everything? The whole bag full of stuff? Huh?
Don't even cover your license plate.
No, they don't care.
Why?
Watch him get the broom stuck.
Let me see what tick is. Huh? That's pretty cool, man. All right, good luck, guys.
And there they go.
I keep seeing it. I'm gonna have to try it.
Don't do that, Jay. All right. I don't know if this is a vampire bat. I don't know what the hell this thing is, but it's really disturbing. Check it out. I don't even know if this video is real.
Oh my god!
Right? I thought it looked like a bat, but look at his head right now. It kind of looks like an armadillo.
An armadillo bat.
Bat wings.
Think about it; those creatures aren't too far off.
You think this is real?
It looks real.
I thought so too, man. If
yeah,
not,
well, it's probably good. Over there where they're doing all those.
What?
It's probably over there where they're doing all of those genetic experiments. It probably is an armadillo bat.
Damn, they did an excellent job if this is fake with the CGI, because like even the stick moves, like that, every little thing, attention to detail. Just watch how this thing moves. It looks real. Oh shit!
You start hitting it. That's not a bat.
Oh shit!
It has bat qualities, but that is not a bat. It is freaky as shit. Get that out. Yeah, you get that out of here. Burn it with fire. What is wrong with that thing?
Also, I stumbled across another creature. I was in a weird part of Twitter, but check this out. Like, what is this, Jay? Like, what is this?
So one thing like that.
Oh, I've seen that actually.
What is that?
That's that symbiote venom. It gets inside of you, and then it uses you like a parasite.
You're telling me? Oh, this is a parasite.
No, that's actually I can't remember what it is, but it is a science. It comes out of the ocean.
How does it move?
It might be ocean cum.
It moves like it's alive.
There, I have to go. Let me try to find it real quick.
So one thing like that.
It looks like a pile of really slimy worms.
I don't know. I know I've seen that on the Animal Planet or one of those channels.
Right. So earlier today, Elon Musk sat down. Y'all have heard about his interviews that he's doing. So he sat down with the AOC earlier today. Here's how the conversation went. Y'all check it out.
I apologize.
That was perfect.
I'm breaking all the rules.
Well, I guess we might make some mistakes. Who knows?
I think one of the biggest problems we have in DC is that everyone's egos are too big.
I actually just prefer to have no titles at all.
You're opening yourself up.
I'm just being me.
Wow.
Let's go.
Putting that game on her.
Absolutely.
It's all about the eyes. You master the eye work, you got the whole game.
Anyways, that's a little satire. That didn't happen. Jenny's like, that was awkward.
A little bit.
Anyways, this is apparently this will leave a mark. Let's check it out.
It's kind of long. You might fast forward, but get a feel for the beginning too. These guys are these cops are clearing out a vape store, I guess, that was maybe selling some illegal shit.
Gotcha. And it's out in the Bronx. So y'all check it out.
Turn your volume up. Not yours, but the people listening.
So they're just coming out with bags and bags and bags of something. Says they raided the smoke shop at 231 on Broadway.
Watch it.
Damn! I didn't see that coming. Like,
you know that hurt.
Yeah. Damn. Let's see what happens if they should. All right. No. They got him on the ground. Watch the truck. Oh, shit.
That had to hurt.
Apparently he was not happy. Yeah, we saw the duck. But look,
you don't want to watch that one again?
Nah, I'm good. I'll do this one, then you do the rest of them. You're good at these. Right. Look, mice are learning to use tools now. Just be aware of this. Wait, wrong
page.
You're
breaking the fifth wall.
Damn it. All right, let's try that again. See if this works. Okay. Yeah, check this out. Clever little guy this one is.
Whoa.
Dude.
That might be, was it Tom?
Mr.
No,
Jangles. It's Mr. Jangles, man.
Mr. Jangles.
From, you ain't never seen The Green Mile?
Oh.
The little rat.
Yeah.
He's been cursed to live forever, man. Smart.
When I was like 10. Did you ever see Mouse Hunt or Mouse House? What was it? What was the name of that? Those two guys, the two comedians, they move into the house and then the mouse won't let them fix the house up.
Crafty is really the only thing I have to say about that. And they don't live very long, like maybe a year or two, like short lifespans. And for him, either that information was somehow communicated and passed down to him, or he learned it. So yeah, they're smarter than you think.
Yeah, you really don't get that many chances with the mousetrap as far as learning stuff.
Right.
It's almost pass fail.
Exactly.
Oh wait, we watched this one. Oh no, we didn't. Yeah.
On the sign will
Get out of here. Oh, this will blow your mind. The suspense is probably killing you, but my computer's running a little slow. For like 2 seconds.
Suzanne, right over on Rumble, said, "Was that a flying squirrel?" No, that was not a flying squirrel. That thing, like, I hope it's not real. But yeah, welcome over there.
I'm convinced that it's some kind of genetic experiment.
It looked real to me.
Armadillo bat. Whoa, fuck. Bury it, or exposing the lead. Here we go.
Oh. Holy shit.
Bada cool, right? Whatever that means. One more time.
Damn.
No. Oh, yeah.
He's so lucky.
Well, learn from the technique. Ride the wall. Skis flat. You'll catch some ice. But he had a long way to fall. And really, like, I kind of would have thought, like, maybe his knees would have snapped from even that amount of length. But I guess when you're dragging on the wall, it kind of slows you down.
There's this area on Everest. Like, I went through a period where I was really obsessed with Everest, right?
Don't we all?
And there's an area where the melt happens and it gradually flows down the mountain, and an Arctic flow, and there's all these really deep cave systems like that. And sometimes there's like the tops of them are hidden with snow, and like the Sherpas have to go out, which are the like native people there, and they make a new route every season for the people that pay. Now it's up to like $20,000 to go out to Everest, for a, you have to like hike with them. I think, I don't know the rules, but people fall in those things all the time is my point, and die. They're just gone. Once you fall in one, you're done. There's no way to get you out. They can't get you out.
You think that guy? Well, he didn't fall all the way down, so you think maybe they could lower?
Yeah, they'll get him out.
Ladder?
But Everest is just so dangerous, and the weather, and you can't get up there to that area, and the hikers is too dangerous for them to rappel down to try to get you, and like they just leave you there.
Almost this lady over here on Twitter. I didn't want to put this up above because it's not really news, but it is kind of funny. From Wall Street Silver, people are going to die. Oh yeah, well. She said, Elon thinks this is a funny joke. As a former verified account who lost their blue check mark, I know how dangerous this really is. People are going to die.
Who is this lady?
Julie Milner. Has anybody ever heard? Using cigarettes is her at.
Julie Milner. I've never heard of this woman.
Well, people died when she lost her blue check mark. It was a big deal. You don't remember? We took an entire day off. They closed down the banks and everything.
So she's a freelance journalist. She writes for the New York Times and Buzzfeed.
Oh, no. She lost her job and her check mark.
Yeah.
What a fucking week.
She's just angry right now. She'll be okay later on. She'll shut up and pay her $8.
Yeah, really. Well, once she gets a job, right? I mean, she can't really afford
right.
it. AI stole her gerb. Well, I mean,
what are
I
the
guess
fucking odds?
Well, for real. Oh man.
Anyways,
Buzzfeed. This is.
Thank y'all. Real quick, thanks everybody for putting up with us for this long.
Yeah.
Shout out Trovo. Shout out Rumble. People listening on Twitter. Why are you doing that? I want to address you folks for 1 second right now. There is no chat over there. Why would you do this?
It's fucking weird.
Yeah, it's so weird. Stop it.
Come to Rumble.
Yeah.
We love you. We love you over here. You can come talk to us. Come chat with us.
Right.
Interrupt the show.
Right.
Verbally put your dick on the table. We don't care.
Right. Dislike it.
For the 23 left on Rumble, because we lost one during that little monologue. If you want to hit the like button, we'd appreciate it. Let's watch this guy. I don't know. I think this is sweet. You tell me. Hold on.
What happened?
Oh, I feel like I gotta fucking prep the video over here on my end before I share it now, because of all of the colors. All right, here we go. Still like a wedding or something. He's like, bruh, he broke his heart. Broke his little heart. Stole his coat. I bet you anything his dad or his mom went over and told that waiter.
Oh, he's so happy now.
Hell yeah. And then the rest of the video is just munching away. Never even drinks the Cokes, but he's glad he got him back.
Hell yeah.
In fairness, he probably will eat a little less. It's good to be health conscious, but
yeah,
he smiled and it was worth it. Find things that make you happy. Even if it's a dangerous job. Here, I'm just going to start the share process while that loads up.
You need me to do it?
Like a Windows 98 computer. No, I'm good. Did you catch it?
Is that him? Oh! Fuck.
It's kind of hard to catch. The suction of that pipe of...
He's dead or something.
Oh, I can't. I mean, I don't know if... Maybe he landed on a bed of pillows, Drifter.
Like...
Where did he go? I don't know. There's a pipe full of chocolate somewhere that he's lodged in.
Damn.
More like human feces.
Jesus.
Yeah, don't just be poking things with hammers. You never know what you're going to get sucked into.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still a little worried about him, but like at the same time, like, why would you do that? Like, it's like sawing the limb you're sitting on. He knew it was going to give at some point. He was on it. Yeah.
And he was sucked through with that metal, the metal jaggedness, like just pulled in. This guy also on the job doesn't know what he's doing.
Like the same tile.
He's got a shotgun in his hand. Now it's not in his hand anymore.
Whoa. Wait, rewind it.
Yeah. We'll go shotgun in hand. Shotgun on floor. See how that happens?
Oh, he has no toes.
He thinks he's playing pool, right? Like you do that with a pool stick. You put it on your toes and rock around with it, you know?
Man. Stupid.
Yeah, make sure you always keep your finger on the trigger when you're doing shit like that, because otherwise, how's this going to happen? No toe. Wait for the blood spot.
Jesus.
Because he's like, did I just do that? Oh, yeah, I did it. Oh, I'm feeling it now.
He's looking. He's about to pass out. He lost his stomach right then.
There it is. Now it's hitting home.
Yeah.
Up, hands on the hips. Ain't that a thing? And now we're down. There we go. Oh no! What? Hey, what are you doing with that shotgun?
Leg off with something.
Hopefully he made it to the hospital.
Yeah. Man.
Dude, check this game out.
All right.
This has been floating around, kind of viral. Somebody made this on Unreal Engine 5.
That looks like real. I mean, it's like 720p.
Still clippy. You can still tell it's fake, but only barely.
That's crazy.
Shots fired.
You're going to want to reload. Oh, never mind.
I'm just saying he should have reloaded before he went in that room. Man, this shit would be fun.
Yep. I bet it would take a pretty decent computer to play it with the rendering.
Right.
But definitely feels real. This is a praying mantis getting in a fight with a plasma cutter, I believe. So like a normal Tuesday. Mantis versus plasma cutter. Should go a little faster there.
Oh, man.
Dude's got skills. Look, he dodges this fire blast. Right here. See? He went in for the cross kick, but the thing is it's a machine. You're not going to hurt it, Mantis.
And I don't know if y'all know, but their mouth is like little beaks. They can take a chunk out of you, if they get a hold of you. I've always been impressed by them, their strength, like to scale.
Yeah, the female cuts the head off of the male, if I'm not mistaken, after coitus. So it's like one and done. So
yep.
Feel grateful, I guess. And cap the show off with this sneezing bat. This might be the origin of COVID, now that I think about it. Or maybe it was that other thing we saw.
Yeah.
But you got to admit, that's pretty adorable. That's a fruit bat, if I'm not mistaken.
And it's not the same head at all. I'm just saying. That was an armadillo.
I didn't even know you added that when I put this on here. So it's good to have this comparison.
Put that on there. But yeah. That's cool.
Oh, I want to play him sneezing here. Because I want to point out that he eats his boogers. See? So
technically we all do daily.
Well, when you put it like that.
Drainage,
Yeah. Well, it's only booger. It's snot. It's boogers when it gets all hard. Isn't that
yeah,
the way
but
it works?
if you ever go like and inhale, like any booger that's like at the top, you're sucking it into your sinus cavities, which ends up draining. It's actually good for your immune system.
That's fair. But if you have to chew, you should probably just spit.
Yeah. Like you've never, not to get too gross, but like you've never like hawked up a loogie and be like, oh, that's kind of something hard in there.
Ew, yeah, and I spit it out.
Yeah, that's
exactly,
a booger, dude.
I'm not like
I'm just proving my point that it drains down your throat. So we eat them all day. So just think about that before you go to sleep.
I feel like this is the conversation before you outwardly say I eat my boogers.
I just said that we all do.
Right, but like in an inadvertent way, but
no, I couldn't do that at all.
I couldn't
do that. I do feel like a satisfied feeling like when it's like a really big one and it like stretches out of my nose. I'm just saying. Y'all know y'all do too. Y'all know y'all do too. Come on. Don't play this. Don't play this. Oh, holier than thou. Like they've never picked their damn nose before.
Yeah, well, that's not cool.
All right, that was good. I give you that.
Thanks. It was a little cheap, but
and it's late in the evening too.
A little bit, yeah. A little early in the morning.
Right. That's all we got. As far as I know.
I thought we'd go for round 2.
I don't have anything queued up.
Somebody do news.
Anyways, thank y'all so much for joining us tonight on the episode, 37 of the Erroneous Podcast. Live every Tuesday, Thursday, 10 p.m., Sundays, 7 p.m. Follow us all on Twitter. Links are in the description. If you haven't made a Rumble account, please do that.
Follow us on Rumble.
Yeah.
And hit the like button on your way out, pretty please.
No doubt. Jade, you got any words of wisdom for us before we close?
Blow your nose. Otherwise, you're going to eat your boogers.
But don't use Q-tips. It's important.
And if you got to chew, you should probably spit.
Yep.
Adios.
Bye.
The Erroneous Podcast.